Court will come to order. It is Monday, November the 14th, 2022. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Kerr County's Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would stand for the prayer, the pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Gibson.
Please bow your heads in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day in the wonderful Hill Country. Thanks for the rain. We thank you for the privilege of citizenship of the United States of America and for last week's reflection and celebration of our military veterans. Grant us wisdom, humility, and empathy as we make decisions that affect other people's lives. Let us not forget that we serve all the people of Kerr County all the time. We ask for your guidance and blessing as we perform our duties, and grant us forgiveness for our mistakes. In his name we pray. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be seated. I run on atomic time. We start exactly 9 o'clock. For those of you that are carrying one of these little devices, if you would turn it off or silence so that it doesn't interrupt the proceedings. First item of business, as always, is public input. I think we have a couple of people that wanted to address the court. So this is the opportunity for us to hear what you have to say. So whoever wanted to.
If it's not on the agenda.
Yeah. John
Yeah,
Sheffield.
Your Honor, Commissioners, my name is John Sheffield. I'm the owner of Old Ingram Grocery in Ingram, Texas. I live at 204 Verde Park Boulevard in Center Point, Texas. This morning, I would like to make a comment concerning the elections of last week, November 8th. I'd like to bring to your attention, I did this also with Bob Reeves, by the way, on November 4th, finding out about the House Bill 477 on the afternoon of November 3rd. This is under the Government Code, Section 1251.052. Form, the ballot for a measure seeking voter approval of the issuance of debt obligations by a political subdivision shall specifically state a plain language description of the single specific purposes for which the debt obligations are to be authorized, the total principal amount of the debt obligations to be authorized, and that taxes sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on the debt obligations will be imposed. And I'm just going to take one, I have a sample ballot here from Kerr County, and I'm just going to jump right in on it. The issuance of $5,750,000 of Kerr County, Texas general obligation bonds for a new animal control shelter and the levying of a tax in payment thereof. Now, I can talk about the other ones if you'd like, same language. Now, my issue with that is that it doesn't say anything about interest or interest needed. I have been in contact with the Public Finance Division of the Attorney General's office, and we are still in discussions. But, more importantly, I was able to get a hold of a sample ballot from Houston, Texas. It was based on an individual coming into my store, having read this law and saying, well, I don't live here, I live in Harris County, and I think they have this language. So I was able to get a copy, and I will read. The issuance of $100 million of public safety bonds for the purpose of constructing, improving, renovating, equipping, and acquiring land and interest in land, building, facilities, courthouses, and related equipment for public safety purposes, and the imposition of taxes sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on the bonds. Now, gentlemen, we don't have that kind of language in our bond, but there's only one law, and it's this. To me, that's a problem. That's a big problem. I do appreciate your time. I brought this to your attention. I brought it to Bob Reeves' attention. Of course, he did read the law. He just excluded number 3. Thank you for your time.
Any other public input?
Yes. George Baruti.
Yes.
Okay. All right. George Rudy, 1616 Glen Road. So I'm here to talk about, to ask you to do something about the bond election, or to consider doing something about the bond election. So in particular, Proposition B. Well, anyways, the bond elections are, not normally a referendum on the project itself, but they're really about the funding mechanism being used for them. In particular, Proposition B, which you all know, was concerning the improvements of the Ag Barn or the Event Center, and needed to allow to continue to be a driver of economic influx for not only the Kerr County, but the city of Kerrville. So I listened to a presentation given by the pro-ABC group, and they stated that projects were needed, and they had turned over every rock looking for a way to finance it. So I asked about EIC, in particular for Proposition B. And the presenter said they had not considered EIC because they thought EIC could not fund projects outside the city limits. EIC is Economic Improvement Corporation, for those who don't know. This is, of course, incorrect, as the government code actually explicitly grants the authority to EIC to fund projects outside the city limits of Kerrville. It says basically EIC may construct, improve, maintain, equip, and furnish one or more projects located outside the city of Kerrville, but within Kerr County, if the Commissioners Court formally requests EIC to do so. So EIC is bound by some rules where they can only fund specific types of projects. And in the government code, it lists projects related to recreation or community facilities, which is basically land, buildings, equipment, facilities, and improvements for entertainment, tourist, convention, including exhibition facilities, and other related improvements. Seems like that falls squarely on what was being asked to be done with the Ag Barn. Currently, EIC is sitting on $6.5 million of unallocated funds. Okay, so they can use that for any project they want. There's no guarantee they give it to anybody in particular, but they're sitting on that right now. If they don't assign any new projects in the next year, there's an extra $2 million, give or take, that'll be there. The taxpayers rejected paying for this project, B, through taxpayer funds. However, utilizing EIC essentially makes the event center pay for itself by bringing in events with people that spend dollars in Kerrville area, thus repaying EIC. I would encourage this body to consider pretty immediately taking whatever Proposition B design stuff that was created and go to EIC and pitch a proposal to have it funded by EIC, because I think it would behoove the city, the EIC corporation, to actually pass it, as it helps alleviate taxpayer burden. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. This is the opportunity. Do we have any more public input? Okay. Then this is the opportunity for commissioners' comments. One.
Nice to get the rain.
We had a nice Veterans Day event Saturday.
Three.
Nothing.
Since we met last, Divide School had their fundraiser. It was well attended. I think they probably even broke the record on it as far as bringing in funds and what have you. Again, thank you for the rain. Hope it keeps coming. That's about it.
Okay. Then, before I start the consideration agenda, I need to make you aware that we have a very long agenda today. We have 33 items, 15 of which are timed. And timed items means we get to those items as quickly as we can. Maybe not exactly at 10 or 10:05 or 10:30 at the time. But we do have a number of timed items, which means that we're going to skip around on the agenda because we have to go to the next one that's timed. And for that reason, in particular, I am going to enforce the maximum discussion on any agenda item to 30 minutes. That's what our rules say, and that's what we're going to do because we have so much to do today. I think this is at least the third time we've been here to talk to us about the library, so maybe we'd be a little bit more succinct this time.
Well, Judge, I think we've got quite a few people looking out here in the crowd on both sides of the issue.
It's 30 minutes per side.
Oh, per side.
Per side.
How do we know who's
Well, I think
who's on each team?
There's more for 1.1.
There's a censor on the thing.
Not necessarily, Commissioner.
So I can start calling them off, and we'll do the first 6 on each side? Fine with me. So let me call the agenda item, which is item 1.1. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to terminate the interlocal agreement involving the Bud Holdsworth Memorial Library and animal control. That is the item. And so with that, is there a motion?
Well, let me start this off by, I want to dispel some of the misinformation. I've been hearing this from across the street a lot, that there's misinformation. And so let me go through a few facts.
Before we start discussion, I need a motion and a second.
Okay. I move to terminate the interlocal agreement, which is with City Court Order 39527.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Floor is open for discussion.
Okay, back to what I was saying. Here's a few things. No one here wants to infringe on anyone's freedom of speech. It has never been suggested. Let's get one thing straight about Banned Book Week. There are no banned books in America. The American government does not prohibit publishing of books as communist Russia did. Books sexualizing children are not burned. Instead, pornographic books for kids are meticulously collected for displays in libraries promoted by the American Library Association's Banned Book Week. Banned Books Week is a marketing campaign to pretend to be a protest. And this year they were marketed to groomers. When 9 out of 10 top 10 most challenged books are considered to be sexually explicit or considered to have sexually explicit images, Banned Books Week was more like Porn Week for kids. No one is against the library. We're all for the library. The library is a tremendous asset to this community. But following the American Library Association's agenda is the issue. Our librarian even said that they are not obligated to follow the ALA recommendations or guidelines. This is not a left or right issue. Just like with school teachers, libraries should remain neutral and not promote ideologies. If people want to seek this information out, fine. They can find it in the library. LGBTQ is not the issue and never was, as many have suggested. This is not a loud minority speaking out. You are kidding yourself if you believe this. The issue has awakened the mama bears, soccer moms, and their moms. Last Tuesday, when the City Council was trying to frame this as such, this county voted 78 to 80% for conservative candidates to represent them that do not endorse what happened here during Banned Book Week. The last lie I would like to put to rest, it's the county's fault if the interlocal agreement gets terminated and the city has nothing to do with it. That's wrong. Last Tuesday, the City Council had an agenda item, 10D, the Bud Holdsworth Memorial Library participation in Banned Books Week. The library's policies, the library's association with the American Library Association, and the personal conduct regarding these matters. Councilman Garcia moved to follow suit on this agenda item. He didn't get a second. Here's the question I would like everyone in this room or viewing on YouTube to ask themselves. With all that has been uncovered about the American Library Association, why is the City Council unwilling to just cut ties with them from here on forward? That's the question. Think about that. This is a simple solution to all this. Why won't they do it?
I have a couple of comments. In the last couple of months, I've reached out to 3 on City Council and City Manager and City Attorney, and had good conversations with most of them. I was somewhat encouraged that at their last city council meeting, which I was not at, but I visited with the city manager and he told me this, that city council did refer, looking at the policy, to the library advisory committee, of which we do have a member on that committee, and that they were going to look at it and come back to city council. I guess that's a step in the right way. I really wish council would do it by themselves. They certainly have the authority to do it, but if they want to go through their committee process, that's up to them, and I hold out hope that they will come up with a policy that certainly does not ban any books, but any kind of, how I look at it, is sexually explicit books should not be available to minors. They can be in the library, they can be accessed with the parent or guardian of that child. That's all I'm asking for. And I think that's pretty reasonable. That all being said, I also am a commissioner that spends a lot of time looking at documents and our agreements. And in visiting with the city manager last week, something came up. It's quite interesting. Many of you all know that in September, the city and the county extended the current agreement by 1 year. However, the agreement that was referenced in that extension was the wrong agreement. It referenced an old agreement. That old agreement, was the 2017 agreement, required that cancellation be given within the first 180 days of the contract. It's a logical thing to have in there because we all have budgets and we need to plan for future events. And the idea was that by April 1st, cancellation notice had to be given, so that each entity could work on their budgets. In 2019, we did a new agreement. It gave a 90-day cancellation clause, and that was the agreement that we currently were operating under that expired in September. However, the extension we did referenced the other agreement. So it's a big question at the moment as to where we are with the agreement right now anyway, whether it's in place or not in place. And to me, that's somewhat irrelevant. The issue is, and the city has agreed to this, and we've talked about it, the agreement needs to be looked at and redone. The only way you can look at it is to start negotiating and talking to the city about a new agreement. And that's what we're doing today. That's what, to me, you got to cancel it. It's just a way. I don't think anything's going to change. Or if you use a 90-day period that I believe was in his, Commissioner Harris, gives 90 days to do it. My preference would be to go to 120 days period to negotiate, because realistically, we have holidays for the next 6 weeks. That would give basically the entire first quarter if the city wants to use the library advisory board for them to meet, go over things and get it back to city council. And during that period, if everyone is working in good faith, I think that it could be extended beyond that. So that's just a comment that I have, that this agreement was going to be canceled, renegotiated, any way you look at it, even if this whole issue never even happened. And I think that's an important thing to remember. I mean, it's not like the counties are saying we're walking away from the agreement, we're not going to provide animal services. We're saying no, and the mayor even said this, that the agreement needs to be tweaked. There's some problems with it. That's what we're doing, in my opinion. That's it.
Okay.
I have some comments. I won't bore you with some introductory portions of it, and I'm not very good as an extemporary speaker, so I'll tell you what I read after I kind of reduced it. When I returned from Vietnam in the military to Texas Tech, I was on a college debate team, required to actively engage in the thought and logic of both sides of an issue. That both sides of an issue training was later to be instrumental in my logic and thought pattern for a 45-plus year career as a real estate appraiser, the object of which was a neutral but correct answer regardless of the motives of the parties involved. With that training and background in mind, I've attempted to review the library issue with as much objectivity and detachment as possible. In addition to my personal inquiries, I've quietly listened to all the sections and opinions, literally ours, expressed on the matter in the city and the county deliberations. My general conclusion is that there was a perceived left-wing element to the American Library Association that's riled up a right-wing counterculture reaction, and they threw a hand grenade in our library. Here's what I think I know. Upon my appointment to the Commissioner's Court, I was assigned various liaison duties like the Veterans Advisory Board, the Airport Board, and the Library Advisory Board. What could go wrong? I was unaware of any voting authority, and none was specified in the Library Animal Shelter Agreement. Nevertheless, I'm noted in the January Library Board minutes as a positive vote for the banned book exhibit. No specific details were given to me as to content, and I did not think to inquire. We did the same thing last year, which is that's kind of how that thing got passed. If it had been presented to me as an issue, it was an issue debated in other libraries the year before, I may or may not have voted for it, but I would have at least cautioned them that this issue might blow up in the manner that it has. Regardless, I'm guilty of not doing a more thorough study of the policies and my authority and responsibilities. That's on me. The Bud Holdsworth Memorial Library is a member of the Texas Library Association, which obviously provide the same policies and procedures as were promulgated by the ALA over a number of years, including a Library Bill of Rights originating in 1939. The policies of book selection, I'm talking about in Kerrville, display and operation of the responsibility of the Library Advisory Board, not the librarian. When objections were made of the display, the librarian and staff were courteous and professional and essentially defended the policy of the Library Advisory Board. I've listened to a recording of an initial conversation concerning the banned book exhibit, which generally ended with a "we agree to disagree." The negative allegations directed to the librarians are unjustified. The librarian staff were merely doing their job based on their education, professional training, and authority. They do not deserve the personal assaults and even death threats. That's unacceptable. The staff demonstrated no personal affinity or defense of the books or grooming in the exhibit. They merely defended the library's right or purpose for the exhibit. That the books were objectionable was the point of the exhibit. The position of the Texas Library Association and the Bud Holdsworth Library is one of defending against censorship. My personal exposure to the broad spectrum of people I've known and worked with, both with and without religion, encourages me to agree with that non-censorship policy. No one group has the right to deny me, my family, my countrymen of many faiths, including no faith, of any information, subject, or philosophy in the public library. The hot button furor over the objectionable text or graphic cartoon from page 173 of a particular book has been noted by some as being pornographic and are beyond free speech constitutional law, particularly as related to children. And I've listened to seemingly authoritative rebuttal of that. I have no legal authority or guidance on this matter, but I, like others, had a knee-jerk negative reaction to the graphic depiction of it. However, the graphic content of the book that was so objectionable was subsequently on email, internet, and various other social media, ironically exposing it to children. If there was exposed pornography, who is most complicit? The library with the closed book or the parties that published it on social media? We can all do better. The City Council has directed the Library Advisory Board to make a thorough review of the current Library Board policy and to report back to the Council with recommendations for changes, if any. The library policy has a formal means of objection that was not used by the offended parties. I do not know if it was offered. I will note, however, if offered, it is an onerous and bureaucratic document that is unlikely to encourage courteous dialogue if forced upon a complainant. The county-city agreement may need to include more members of each entity to sit on the boards of the other, library and animal shelter. I gather that the city has alternatively had to defend the policies or activities concerning the county-run animal shelter. The city-county agreement itself needs clarity, as Jonathan just described. Although some details of the agreement may be improved, the same problem will always remain when parties object to some book or demand censorship within the library. Who makes the censoring decisions? You, me, Harley, some bureaucratic board, Are you willing to defend your censorship choices to the public? There is no universally agreed upon perfect person or opinions on what is appropriate. It is a slippery slope with no credible answer. This is apparently the logic that has dictated the long-term policies of libraries through the United States that allow all material without censorship, and is likely the reasoning for relying on parental supervision rather than allowing censorship of children readership. In my opinion, an immediate decision to sever the library animal shelter agreement due to the library issue is shooting ourselves in the foot twice. Additionally, I now have city dwellers objecting to supporting an animal shelter bond for services that they will no longer receive if the agreement is severed. I also recognize that this action would hinder non-city homeschool activity. The current contract ends in October of 2023. There are likely adjustments needed and made for other reasons, but they should be negotiated over time rather than immediately. The agreement, even with its flaws, has an economy of scale that has served the public well, and all efforts should be made to extend it. Thank you.
Well, I normally, because I talk a lot, don't write down notes, but I did for this, make sure I don't forget anything. I appreciate what Jonathan shared because we may not have an agreement at all right now anyway. So we need to vote before we're done to start over again. But I want to say my piece anyway. This is about the American Library Association's so-called Bill of Rights, which makes, I read it, it makes the absurd claim that minors should have access to all materials in the library. Now, they also include a veiled threat that to deny children access might be breaking the law. The exact opposite is true. The ALA doesn't get to decide constitutional issues. Believe it or not, we have a Supreme Court for that, and the ALA doesn't get to do that. Based on the ALA's absurd claim, I could go in there and demand that my 4-year-old grandson get to see precious reference books and have access to them. You think that's a good idea? The question, should minors be allowed to buy tobacco? Should they? Now, what happens to an adult who provides tobacco for a kid? Get in any trouble? What about alcohol? What about pornography outside the library? Those pictures that I saw inside the library, if I was to show a child outside the library, this man in the back of the room would lock me up before the end of the day. And anybody that would do that would deserve to be locked up. So the ALA would have you believe the library is a special place where kids become adults suddenly when they walk in the door. The Bud Holzer Library, the city of Kerrville, has decided that these obscene materials are okay for minors. The ALA advocates just that. Now, this is from Access to Library Resources for Services for Minors and Interpretation ad nauseum. Constitutionally protected speech cannot be suppressed solely to protect children or young adults from ideas or images a legislative body believes to be unsuitable for them. Librarians and library governing bodies. Now that's the first sentence. Second sentence seems to negate the first one. Librarians and library governing bodies should not resort to age restrictions in an effort to avoid actual or anticipated objections because only a court of law can determine whether or not the content is constitutionally protected. So it sounds like to me they talk out both sides of their mouth there. I'm certainly not a lawyer. The ALA appropriating the name of our revered genuine Bill of Rights is a cheap attempt at conferring importance on their absurd. It's really a treatise if you read it. It's not so much policy, it's a treatise. And it carries no weight. It's non-binding. Everybody's pointing to the American Library Association Bill of Rights as if it's some kind of a legal document, which it is not. It's a policy document. Now, a vocal minority, including the majority of the City Council of Kerrville, put forward this canard that this argument is about free speech. It is not about free speech. It's about sexualizing our children under the pretense of protecting the First Amendment. How far will you go with the First Amendment? We have recipe books for killing and eating human beings. That's free speech. Will they carry those kind of books at the library? How far will you go and allow this? Look, those who can't see the difference in this being free speech and this being advocacy, and they should just excuse themselves from the argument, because they're apparently incapable of parsing the difference. The mayor won't allow the display of the pictures from the books in city council meetings. That might tell you something. And if more people saw those pictures, I don't think we'd be talking about this right now, folks.
Exactly.
I do not. And I agree with Commissioner Gibson that those pictures should not have been shared the way they were. I was shocked when I opened up my email and saw them. But how else do you get people to pay attention? I don't know that there's another way. I know before slavery ended in this country, the slaves were brought from town to town and they were shown to people how they were whipped and beat. People have to see these things themselves. So the city of Kerrville and the Buttholzer Library have had ample time to correct this mistake, to admit and correct the mistake, but they chose instead to thumb their noses at concerned parents. They posted employee spotlights, employee of the month. They made a big deal out of things going on at the library. And again, I'm all for the library. I've taken the kids to all kinds of things at the library through the years. You can be against child obscenity and child grooming and be for the library. I hope at the end of all this, we'll all be on that same page. I'm against doing this to children and making this stuff available to kids. I am for the library and for it being a safe place for the kids. So, they've had ample time, but they've made a big PR push. You may have noticed it lately, more than usual. No apology, no changes. So, even Councilwoman Hughes gave a cringeworthy high school debate class presentation pitting the Holy Bible against the images of sex acts with kids in these books. That was just ridiculous. So the city is defending the indefensible. I keep asking why. Now, if you want to blame somebody for ending this interlocal agreement, you can blame the city of Kerrville. They're the ones that dumped the hot coal in our lap. They're the ones that presented that stuff in the library and then defended it. Didn't offer an apology, didn't do any, they said, oh, we'll move it to another place. Well, that was really charitable of them, wasn't it? So they're the ones who have done this. They have put out the child sexualizing books in the library. They defended it. They had plenty of warning. I went to the city council meeting myself and said, please don't do this. Please change the policy. Don't die on this hill. Those are my words. They ignored me. So I don't want Kerr County to have any part in subsidizing the sexualizing of children. They knew this. They made their decision. They chose. City of Kerrville chose. This nonsense about us having a bait and switch, the bond issue was already in play long before this came up. This is not a bait and switch. I saw the little memes going around on the internet. It's nonsense. The liberals always demand that traditional value conservatives compromise. Well, not this time, folks. And it's because it's about our children. This is not about free speech. I will not give an inch on this. I don't care if your hair looks everybody in this room. It's about our children. And there's no giving in on that. This is not about the First Amendment. It's about allowing our kids to be sexualized. The First Amendment does not protect sex predators, even if it's on the printed page. I'm here for protecting the children, getting back to things the way they were. Don't promote this crap. You know, you'll notice in the news there's a big push for all of this everywhere. Kerrville Public Library doesn't need to be part of it. The library is not comprehensive right now, nor will it ever be. Every book published doesn't have to be in our library. They make selections, folks. They make selections on purpose. Now dropping books is a common occurrence. They do it over there all the time. dropping a few more books in the name of decency and protecting our children won't hurt a darn thing.
Okay,
Before you get into this, one general comment, real short. There's been a lot of misinformation about the animal control and what the county does and what is actually in this agreement. The county is and will remain the rabies control authority for all of Kerr County, including everyone in the city of Kerrville. The difference is there are some certain items that we are doing under the interlocal in the city that we're not doing under the county. And they're not huge from a standpoint of overall operations. It deals with cats a little bit, it deals with cruelty investigations, it deals with transporting animals. That's what basically what we're talking about, the animal control. So, I mean, I keep hearing that there will be no animal services in the city. That's just not true. We're going to continue, regardless of what happens, even if there's no agreement ever again. We will continue to be the rabies control authority for the city of Kerrville and the rest of Kerr County. And the only difference is the city will not have input into that. We will follow state law. And so I want to quit hearing that we're not going to have any facility, they're not going to be able to use the facility. It's all bogus. It's not true. We're talking about a very small area of what animal control is currently doing in the city. That's really of issue. Anyway, that's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
okay. We can open the floor for public comment, but I've got 28 requests to speak. We can't do that many. We're limited to 30 minutes aside. We can take a short break and let y'all visit with one another so you can pick out the people that you want to speak for your cause. And then let's do that. We'll come back at quarter till. Order in the court. Let's have order in the court. Close the back door. Very well. I know there's an organized group here in favor of terminating this interlocal agreement, and if y'all are pretty easy for you to pick out your designated speakers. We're trying to limit that time to 30 minutes per side. Those of you that are here defending the library or against terminating the interlocal agreement, we'll take your comments second. We'll take the negative comments first. So I've got a stack of speakers. Who have y'all designated to speak?
Well, I'm one of them, Scott Allen.
Okay.
Go for it.
All right, before I begin, yes, sir, I understand. I spent this weekend, and I would ask the court to make that a part of the public record. It is documents containing facts and evidence as opposed to rhetoric and language. I would prefer y'all not.
Just hand us the whole stack.
Okay. I would prefer that you can read them now, but it's often, I was trained as a trial lawyer, you don't have to hand out the document until you're through with your examination because people will read it instead of listen.
Not listen.
I think I've been granted, how many minutes? Somebody.
3.
Well, I know, but I think 3.
No, 9, please.
I think I've got 9. Somebody,
The remainder version.
okay.
Okay.
So if somebody can give me a notice of that.
How many are we here? 9?
Okay.
12? 9? Let's start with 9.
Let's start.
I am starting. All right. When I use the term banned book, I'm using that in quotes this entire time. There are no banned books. Somebody's already said it. But if I use the term, I do not mean that the book is banned. And when I use the word ALA, I mean the American Library Association. I did prepare remarks. I can usually speak extemporaneously. I want to address one thing Commissioner Gibson said, and forgive me if I misquote you. My name's Scott Allen, Precinct 4. You indicated something like this, and I apologize. The far-right people got activated because of the politics of the situation. Not me. I had no idea about the politics of the situation or who the American Library Association was when I got interested in this issue. I'm going to leave it at this. I keep up with the news, and I was familiar with these books by doing so in the past. And when I found out about these books, then I looked into it. Now, and there are politics in this situation, but it's the American Library Association, not Scott Allen, and not the people that seek to keep these books from children. All of this is in the documents that I provided to you. I'm going to read this to you, and these are selected portions. The elected president of the American Library Association identifies herself, this is her talking, not people that they're claiming are homophobes. This is her words. She's a gender and sexuality and information studies specialist. She's written articles, all of which I can't read because it'd take up the entire time, including queering the library space notes towards a new geography of the library space. She has an active statement that she wants to queer the library. She gave 2 interviews, which are in your material. All this is in your material. One to the Jacobin magazine, which is an American magazine of the Socialist Party. Here's her interview. Meet the socialist librarian running for president of the American Library Association. She has also given an interview to Red Fault. It is an Austin Democratic Socialist of America publication entitled Creating a Socialist Vision for Public Libraries, a conversation with Emily Drabinsky. So when anybody accuses anybody opposing these books for children of politicizing the issue, it is the American Library Association, before that we ever got involved, who seek to politicize the library. I will give you a few of the quotes of Emily Drabinski, the president-elect of the American Library Association, contained in her interviews and in her campaign platform called Collective Power, Public Good, when she campaigned for president. Liberals are, I'll skip over. She says, libraries are important to engage people because we are all suffering from the maldistribution of wealth. We need a president of the American Library Association whose public statements will be socialist in tone. There's a real appetite for that right now. She says, speaking of the role of the library in the community in which they serve, helping people access the language of a socialist vision is the role of the library. She says, I'm a member of the Democratic Socialist Party of America in name and contribution. I am openly a socialist. I am absolutely a Marxist, and I am absolutely a lesbian. We have to be brave. We have to be willing to fight. Speaking of in her campaign for ALA president, she says this: we need to make libraries a site for the struggle. The importance of libraries as part of what you and I might call a socialist vision. I did not politicize libraries. The people that don't want to have children sexualized libraries didn't do it. The American Library Association, they voted in and they support a socialist, Marxist vision for the library. Not because I say so, in her own words, in the documents I provided you. So if anybody stands up here later and says we're trying to politicize everything, you're wrong. Now.
That's 5 minutes, just so you know.
Thank you very much.
No, you keep going.
You keep going.
Okay.
I'm just keeping track of time.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Judge Kelly.
Well, we're limited to 30.
Well, I thought I had 9.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you do.
Okay. So somebody interrupt me.
You've wasted a minute.
Well, Judge,
Get on track.
I was on track. Okay. There's a lot more to say. And I think we've been hamstrung, by the way, in our debate when you debate the issue. Judge Gibson, with all due respect, Commissioner Gibson, if we're not allowed to display the pictures or discuss the content of books, to discuss sexualization of children, they say you can't say that, but they want to argue that the books are fine with children. How do you fight back? It's like telling somebody to get in a boxing match with their hands tied behind their back and a gag in their mouth. But I'm going to tell you something. The city knows that these books are inappropriate for children, because when one citizen read one passage from one book, not all 10, the city, when they put the proceedings on YouTube, said, sign in to confirm your age. The video may be inappropriate for some users. If the position of the people about these books is, oh, they're fine for children, the city knows that they're not. They know. The definition of hypocrisy is to say one thing but act differently. That is the most obvious example. Let me tell you one other quick story. Thank you very much. Let me tell you one more quick story. One citizen had the bravery to read that passage at a city council meeting. Afterwards, she was confronted by the chief of police and threatened with arrest and prosecution for disorderly conduct. So let me get this straight. And by the way, it continued. She contacted me. I'm a retired lawyer, never did criminal work. She doesn't have the funds to hire a lawyer. I told her I would defend her for free. If you can be arrested or charged with a crime. And I asked him what he called. I told her not to talk to him anymore. He called me, and I'm quoting, I took a note, I recorded it and in writing, it's on my computer. He told me the reason she should be charged with a crime is because the language she used was disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace. And I said, first of all, he was wrong. But I said, what? On what basis? He said the language she read was vulgar and obscene. She was reading from the book. And let me make one final point. If the city can put a warning up, says sign in to confirm your age, did they put that on the press release? That when you go to the library, you need to be warned that the material's inappropriate for some users? Did they put this on the table? Would they put on a display for children and minors? Did they put this on the books? I appreciate your time. There's far more to say, and I do not appreciate the comments of council members Hughes and Herring. We're not demonizing anyone. He attempted to demonize us. It's unfair, it's inappropriate, and it's wrong. And I'm not even close to being finished, but I have to stop. And I appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you.
I request 1 minute, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. This is Mr. Espinal. He got here at 8 o'clock to be first on the list, and he's not with one of the sides, so I'm going to let him go ahead and speak.
David Espinal, 330 George Hill, George Hill Road in Kerrville. Anyway, yeah, I only need 60 seconds because of the excellent comments of Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Blue, and Mr. Allen, with which I fully agree. And so most of my comments are unnecessary because they've been said. But if there's any doubt in anyone's mind on this board about the material, I have a copy of the material from the 10 books that were in the library, that are still in the library due to the inaction of the city, I remind you. If you're brave enough to read this, it's very horrendous what's still on display and what was promoted. The ALA came up with a list of 10 books, which are the most controversial, the most objected to, the most heinous books in the country. And this is the bookmark that was given to everyone that came to the Banned Book Week. This is the bookmark that will be circulated to children, to everyone. And the books are still in the library. So I challenge you. That's my 60 seconds. If you'd like a copy of it.
Just leave it with the clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I go by the list, the next speaker would be Barbara Ferguson.
I'll just take a moment because I've spoken on this before. But we continue to gather signatures. We're over 1,350 signatures now, people who are asking that these books be moved from the children's department into the adult section of the library. That is not censorship. It's a classification issue. All they have to do is reclassify them, and they classify books all the time. It's a very simple ask. Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Blue, thank you so much for your comments. I agree 100% with both of them. And thank you to everybody who's working so hard on this.
Susan Deininger.
Susan Deininger, Kerrville. I'll be brief also, but this is not a direction that I've seen an approach from before. Thank you, gentlemen, all of you, for your comments and all. I am a retired licensed clinical social worker with postmaster's work at the Menninger Clinic. My last 12 years were as an LCSW with San Diego County Mental Health Special Education Services. We accepted San Diego County school students with emotional problems that the schools felt unequipped to serve. We provided diagnostic services and referrals to specialized programs. I've also seen 3 of my own children educated and come face to face with the educational breakdown, the system's arrogance in its interaction with parents, and its attempts to remove parental involvement in children's education. The library issue is an extension of the school agenda. There are critical periods in intellectual development. The schools, churches, and libraries all work together to recognize that the tasks of children between 5 and 11 were to learn to read, to write, and basic math, to do this in a social setting. Part of this experience was to clarify their own gifts, their own interests, their weaknesses and strengths, in contrast to their age mates. If you do not learn to read, write, or do math during those years, then you are stunted in your intellectual development. Other tasks come along. More rigorous learning is supposed to occur because the basics have been taught. You are being prepared to be a functioning, thinking adult, ready to be a worker and make the emotional commitment of a potential provider or parent. At this time in 2022, we are seeing large numbers of our students unable to read, to write, or do basic math. They are not able to read for themselves the consequences of sex alteration. They are told and given only superficial information. None of the books I read talk about, much less encourage responsibility in sexual activity, exploration, or relationships. Taking the focus off the intellectual development of children and placing it on major social issues and sex does not benefit our society. But it is a grooming for sensuality and emotionality. If you've seen the gay parade, watched any of the drag shows involving children, there's nothing but sexually visual stimulation. How does this benefit the children? Relating to the library, I checked out I Am Jazz from the library. Very colorful, large letters, easily read, and illustrates exactly my point from a slightly different angle. This is a little boy with 2 older brothers and an older sister. This unhappy little boy is transitioned into a girl, Jazz. The initial counseling is done by a school counselor, and the parents are told the psychologist's recommendation. There was never any discussion of could this child be having a hard time because he doesn't know where he fits into a busy family with 2 older brothers. There is no suggestion that there's any balancing voice to help this family get through this stage with their son, learning to enjoy girls without having to become one. As a man, he can marry a woman and have the female experience. These books are the essence of grooming, writing of the angst, the anxiety, the desire for relationships and sex with no mention of possible negative consequences. Just enjoy. They're slick and seductive. These books are for those 18 and older. We expect our librarians, who are very friendly and helpful, to be a part of that system that remembers and contributes to what the purpose is of the various developmental stages of our children. Thank you.
Okay. That was about 3.5 minutes. We're at a little past 13.5 minutes so far. The next speaker is Guy Bubba Walters.
I've lived here 26 years. I've coached in this community for 26 years. I taught kindergarten through college. Retired teacher, working now back in the county, out of school. I taught sex education for 10 years. And you have to have a parent's permission slip to have your child go through sex education. And that is just videos on abstinence and protection and all that stuff and childbirth. And I heard somebody say, well, you to check out a book, you had to have your parents sign off on it if you were a minor. You still, that kid can still look at it. It's wrong. It is 100% wrong, because that's not what our children need. As the lady said before me, it's about education. It has nothing to do. I taught kids, believe it or not, in this county that were transgender. I've coached kids that are transgender. I've coached kids that were homosexual. I don't care what you are. I don't. You do your job. If you become a good person and you're good for this community, that's what matters. But it's not their right to teach our kids about that. It is my right as a dad, my right as a future grandparent. My mom, or my wife has taken our kids to that library. I've gone into there. It's a great place. But what is happening is wrong. It is 100% wrong. And I agree with what you guys are doing, are trying to do. I just wanted to come as an educator from a different perspective, being around kids from kindergarten through 25 years old. And I've taught them all. And I'm proud of this community. I've lived here. I've worked Little League on the board. I've coached some great kids in this community. I've had great kids come on from everywhere and be super, super productive in their lives. I've worked in the Stock Show Association. I've helped in Little Leagues, all that. And I just want you to know, this is not what our kids need. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Susan Johnson. Is there Susan Johnson?
You're checking upstairs.
Okay.
We go to the next one.
Judge, while we're waiting, I forgot to say the obligatory "I love libraries." I meant to say that.
Well noted.
Yeah, I think, it's kind of like I stand with Ukraine.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
you may proceed.
My question is, how is sexualization of our children benefiting our community? I'm a mom, a grandmother, and a recently retired teacher. In doing some research on the books being objected to, I read this passage from A Court of Mist and Fury by Sarah Moss. Taking in the thick, full length of him, he jutted in further, rolling his hips forward, and as he as teasingly stuck his finger in, I moaned, wanting more. This is one tiny slice of garbage on the list. The target audience of these books ranges from ages 9 to 12. That happens to be the age range of 3 of my grandsons. I'm embarrassed to read this in front of adults and would never allow my 4th, 6th, and 7th grade grandsons to read this. The over-sexualization of our children is rampant, and as an educator, I've seen the devastation of children's innocence and happiness firsthand as a result of these issues. But we all seem to agree that it's a good idea to lock doors and build fences to keep our children safe from predators at school. But somehow, it's acceptable to open the door wide and escort intellectual sewage into our young, impressionable minds. Porn has been proven in study after study to be more addicting than cocaine. Why would we do this to our children? Texas has one of the highest sex trafficking problems in the nation. What do we think the end goal of teaching children how to have sex and do sex acts of every kind is? To me, supporting this literature in Kerrville Public Library says that Kerrville supports pornography for children. If parents want this for their children, let them order it on Amazon, but let's not put the stamp of approval from our city fathers on this perversion. Thank you.
Next is Marcia King.
Anybody getting there?
They're checking. Chris is up there watching.
Okay.
Who's the one after her?
Carrie Summerall. Did I say that right?
It's Corey.
Corey Summerall.
Who was out there, right?
Aiden Cheney. Jody Carpenter.
Jody right here. Jody.
We're just going down the list. Sheriff, we're just going down the list trying to get.
Hi, my name is Jody Carpenter. I live at 100 Nimitz Drive in Kerrville, Texas. I have been a citizen of this beautiful county the majority of my life. And I am here to ask respectfully that you guys, we just need to kind of cut fellowship right now with the library. I believe freedom of speech is a valuable fundamental piece in this complicated puzzle that is America. I think that history paints a dismal picture when that power is taken from a society. So I am very protective of my privilege because it is that, a privilege. It was earned by blood. That being said, I also believe that that privilege is being dragged through the mud right now when we are defending a publication of an illegal act to elicit sex from a child. That is not free speech when we are taking someone else's free speech, especially that of an innocent child's. Introducing them to the subject of sex too early can cause lifelong mental and emotional damage. I, of all people, know this. I was raised by a pedophile, and I was groomed by a teenager when I was 4. It broke me for the majority of my life and affected a lot of my life choices as a child. Child for me was not innocent and free. It was a prison. Any person that infringes on a child's innocence is not for free speech. That being said, this subject is very near and dear to my heart, as I have tried to protect the innocence of my own children while they have grown. It is clear to me that this, protecting and guarding young minds, is not high up on the ALA's agenda. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I read excerpts out of many of the books displayed on so-called Banned Books Week, and I think it's very clear what their agenda is. That being said, I want to question the ethics that are driving the ALA and request that we break ties with them. Mrs. Brigatti of Bud Holdsworth Memorial Library stated that having the ALA's approval was like the gold standard for public libraries. Well, I want to say if books like Genderqueer are what the gold standard is, I want nothing to do with it. Mrs. Brigatti also read that the ALA has a code of ethics. Ethics, as defined in my dictionary or any dictionary you would find on the shelf at any public library, is defined as a set of moral principles. Well, I call into question the moral principles of the ALA. I know right now anyone who even goes against this issue is being labeled part of the loud minority by members of the City Council. But I want to respectfully remind those that sit in that governing body that you are also up there for the so-called minorities in your communities, just as much for the majority. I have another question. Why is it that the ALA is pushing a banned book week? To my knowledge, not one of those books was banned. I do, however, see an agenda, and I am grieved by it. Genderqueer is a far cry from Tom Sawyer. The only intent of the book was to groom young minds for sex. So I am asking, who are we allowing to set the gold standard in our literature? Ethically and morally, it is illegal to groom a child for sex in any way, and that includes pictures. I question those that defend this hogwash as literature. I question their morals and ethics. The rest of the books on that list, honestly, were completely offensive to me. I do believe that explicit sex of that nature should not be available to anyone under the age of 18. I think it is morally wrong. I do, however, not want anyone's privilege of free speech taken from them. Genderqueer, which won an ALA Alex Award, which is an award for the 10 most lauded books that were, it says, to have special appeal to young adults ages 12 to 18. That is their Alex Award from the American Library Association. That's been lauded by the ALA. This makes me think their morals are twisted, and they might need to have some help to get them untwisted as to what is morally reprehensible and morally okay for kids. Everything in that book was a felony because it was aimed at children. So from here on out, everything with the ALA gold standard seal of approval stamped on it will not be entering my house. May God have mercy on this nation when child pornography is what we are lauding as great works of literature. I am not for censorship, but I am asking for us to question who is calling the shots in this mess and if we want to be affiliated anymore with them. If they are celebrating this type of material and also misrepresenting these books as banned literature, isn't it still okay for me, an American citizen, to question the powers that be and their motives? Isn't that what free speech is all about? As a citizen of this beautiful country and county, I think we can do without the ALA driving what kind of materials go into our library, and I am asking that pornography not be available to children. It will break them. Thank you very much.
Next is Hayden Cheney.
I think they'll get one of the ones you called earlier.
There's Jody Carpenter and Hayden Cheney, the last two.
And this is Corey Sumner.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's
You
that?
called her earlier.
Who's that just spoke?
That was
Jody
Jody
Carpenter.
Simpson.
Jody Carpenter.
Jody Carpenter.
Got it, okay. Ms. Summerall?
Thank you for having me. I'm here today to express my concern for not only the management of the library, but also the management of the city. After almost 2 months of citizens coming forward to request changes be made and certain people be held accountable, they decided to double down on their inaction. They showed no empathy to parents and citizens that were affected. Instead, Joe Herring assured us the offensive material will continue. and be paraded at future banned book weeks. And Brenda Hughes compared these disgusting books that we are fighting to shield our children from to the Bible. The librarian also compared my offense to people being offended by Bill O'Reilly. Oh, years. Pedophilia, rape, masturbation, and the sexualization of children are not the same as a political figure. I have come to the conclusion that there are two types of people in this fight. Those that are okay with sexualizing children and stealing their innocence by placing these books in their view and throughout the library, and those that are not. Over the weekend, my son watched the movie Little Rascals and said to me he wished he lived closer to the library so he could ride his bike there like they do. I thought to myself, those days are over. A child must be accompanied by an adult to watch them like a hawk as they rifle through our American Library stacked library. I'm here to ask the commissioners to help resolve this situation by relocating this material and revoking the ALA membership and influence, and to hold those involved accountable to protect the innocence of our children and assure the community that the library will not be involved in promoting this material again. Please note that I am not once saying that I want these books banned, which is what the opposing side keeps accusing us of. Playboy magazine is not on the shelf at HEB at the checkout. These books should also have an age-appropriate place. Thank you.
Thank you. Aiden Cheney.
Hello, council members. My name is Aiden Cheney, and I go to Tighe High School. So truly I say to you, unless you turn and become like children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 18:3. Many people can take and use the scripture to define the entirety of a generation or even a people itself. But first, to be a child is to have innocence. I stand here before you, members, to protest the works of evil up here and to preserve the very innocence of every child in Kerrville, Texas. As I previously stated, when innocence is taken away from such an early age, the world will soon begin to fall. These books begin to be presented in the library are nothing but putrid and horrifying ways to groom and to corrupt the morals of this future generation. One 2017 study that surveyed 582 senior male students found that 14.6% of those who use pornography more than 3 times per week were reported to have depression, compared with 2.8% only looking at it once a week. The same study found that those who started looking at and using pornographic content in elementary school and junior middle school had depression rates between 11 to 19% of, So this is a report done by Medical News Today. You've had people come in and present some things from these books that clearly depict child pornography. And you just brush it aside, and we as people will not back down from this issue. And many arguments that I have seen from the opposing side is that these librarians are amazing people. That doesn't excuse evil from taking place. If we just say something is nice and completely disregard what is allowing to take place, then we have lost our sense of reality and who we were called to be. You can either stand for righteousness or back away to the shadows of darkness and can be consumed like a fire that will cause destruction and chaos. There is no middle ground between what is right or wrong, and we can see that through our entire history. In the world's history, we can look at various ways regimes have come and taken over. For example, for Nazi Germany, they presumed to remove the sense of what was right and wrong and brainwash an entirety of youth to their agenda. You might be saying, well, the regime burned books. They burned books that had any sense of morals to them and implemented new books with a new ideology. And anyone who stood up against these ideals were shunned and killed. Yet so many people that stand up against something that is very clearly wrong have to face people that have been brainwashed by these books. As someone who was molested in kindergarten by another male student, for you to allow the placement of these books and to say it's all right to do these things to children is absolutely disgusting. Rape and molestation is introduced somehow or another, and it doesn't make it right to openly give children ideas of sexual content. By a study of CovenantEyes.com, they express deeply is that only 3% of boys and 17% of girls have not seen pornography. This is heartbreaking, and for you to be a part of that number is something to reflect on. All it takes is one generation to brainwash a population and convince them that reality does not exist. That's a quote by Mary Lou. This is exactly what the American Liberty Foundation is, or American Library Association is pushing for, and I highly encourage you, council members, to cut any ties with them. Again, I would like to express that children should not be exposed to pornographic ideals. I've also heard many people expressing that they hear these things already and are exposed to this in school. That does not justify to allow another route for them to find it and to have it available to them. Let children be children without pushing an agenda. You all have an opportunity to influence a generation, and you have an obligation to respond to the community's voice in this matter. I want to leave you with one last sentence. Whoever causes these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone hung around his neck than to cause these little ones to stumble. Luke 17:2. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that's all the people I have on my list.
Judge, on Summerlin, was it Mary was asking me, were you asking me Mary or Corey? Summerlin.
No,
Summerlin.
Corey's.
Oh, okay.
She spoke.
We have another speaker who would like to speak. Do we still have minutes?
Yes?
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Barbara Heisey. I'm in precinct 2. And something that has really been forgotten here, and it just breaks my heart. The main thing that these people are coming against is, wait a minute, we the people decide how we want our library to be. I have a question about how a librarian is chosen if she would have values that are totally in opposition to our community. Our community votes very conservative. The things that go on in our community is very conservative. That's not red or blue. That's morals. And we need to enforce those morals. The little thing where they said what determines whether it goes in was something about community standards. Well, I have this, and this is an old phone book. 50 churches in Kerr County, and they do not approve of what the library is doing to our kids. Now, 50 churches, there's probably some in those churches that would approve of what's being done. But if you just take 50% of those 50 churches, you have a large group of people on your hands. And they want our community to be safe for our children. I used to take my kids, I homeschooled for 27 years. Used to have library day. We went to the library. I went and worked on getting my teacher collection, and the kids went through books of things that they were interested in. I couldn't do that today. I could not do that today because somebody says it's okay to have these books on the shelf. If you're going to have them in the library, put them in an isolated place where the parent has to get the book for the child. Not regulating what they teach their kids, but just let us use our library. And right now, I would not take my kids in there, I would not take my grandkids in there and let them search for their books because of the standard that has been put up. I am so concerned about our little community, our little, and on both sides. We have conservative people on both sides. And I had somebody come up to me and say, I don't understand what has happened. We used to be friends. And I said, we're still friends. It's just that this angst has been put in the mix. And you know what? We can be red and blue. but still be friends and still have a mind and still be sensible about what's happening to our children. And, you know, I've asked JP, somebody.
That's 30 minutes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Actually, more than 30 minutes, but. Okay. Okay, I have to do this one. I'm just going to call out the names so the people can be getting ready. First is going to be Tom Moser. Then we've got Louise Vermillion, Ruth Carlson, Sarah Lewis, Katie Capper, and Susan Wolf. And if there's others, we'll get them. So, Commissioner Moser.
Thank you, Judge. Tom Moser, 218 Yorktown Boulevard in Kerrville. Judge, I agree with everybody that has spoken today, okay, about pornography and that type of material in the library. The agenda item is to discuss terminating the interlocal agreement, okay? That's the agenda item. I am against terminating that interlocal agreement. And the reason being is, I'm going to use your term, Judge, go up 30,000 feet. Let's look at what this community has in a cooperation between county and city. We have emergency medical services. Some members of Commissioners Court years ago want to eliminate that agreement, have a county emergency medical services, okay? That's theirs. The airport is a community service by joint. The jail, free firefighting in the ETJ, okay? An agreement between city and county. The animal services and library. Those are all things that benefit everybody in the county, okay, city and county, to have a common service between those things. Let me talk about the library. There was a disagreement in how the county was going to pay for the library and whether it was going to terminate that. I think I led that activity to try to figure out how the city and the county could have an interlocal agreement where we shared services, animal services, and the library. That's been in effect a long time. I would encourage everybody, go back and read the testimony when that was decided of people whose children did not have access to the library. They couldn't afford $60 for a library card before this agreement was put in place. So all I'm saying is, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Keep the library there. Figure out how to do this pornographic thing. I agree with everybody here, okay? Control access to that type of equipment, like the lady just spoke. Have parents where they can allow children into a certain section. I think the advisory board, library advisory board can do that. I was on that board for a long time. The city listens to that. I think there's an issue. I think there are things that are important to understand. A library is an information resource center. If children with library cards have trouble with algebra, okay, forget the pornographic issues for a second. If they have trouble with algebra, they can get online to a certified person to help them with their algebra problem. So if you think about eliminating this interlocal agreement, it's a lot more than about pornographic material. It's about history, it's about algebra, it's about trigonometry. It's about all those things that children need to have free access to, and there's a lot of children in this county that can't afford to pay for a library card. So my encouragement is keep the library interlocal agreement in place. If you have to terminate it because of an issue, so be it. But just don't forget about all the other things and the benefit to everybody in the county to have a common service. Thank you.
And Tom, I agree with you.
Louise Vermillion. You may proceed, Ms. Vermillion.
Hi, I'm Louise Vermillion. I live at 1100 5th Street in Kerrville. I'm a retired Texas teacher, speech-language pathologist, and educational diagnostician. I'm also a wife, a mother, and a grandmother. In fact, I'm a brand new grandmother, and he just turned 3 months old, and we're very happy. I'd like to speak a little about parent responsibility. My children were allowed to go to the library. If they took out something I didn't approve of, it got returned. My children were not allowed to go to R-rated movies before I determined they were old enough to go there. But let me tell you that as an educational diagnostician, one of the places I worked was at the Bill Clayton Detention Center, which was a maximum security facility for male juvenile offenders between 11 and 15 years of age, children. Many of them were children who had been sexually assaulted and who sexually assaulted other children. And the one thing I can guarantee you is that none of these children had ever set foot in a library. And maybe if they had, things would have been different. I don't believe that our library here in Kerrville is grooming children to be sexually active or to change their identities or anything like that. I think the library is there to encourage children to read, to explore their minds, to build on what they learn in school. The library is valuable. Please don't deny it to any child.
Thank you.
That's it.
Next is Ruth Carlson.
Hello. My name's Ruth Carlson. I'm in Precinct 1. I came to talk about the books in the library. My perspective is that there's a lot of people talking about the library grooming people and all that kind of stuff. But the list of books they've got is really extensive, including I Am Jazz. I was listening to a lady talk about it earlier. And I've read that with my daughter. And I don't find that objectionable. I find that as a way to build empathy for people that are different than you are. Because there's a lot of bullying in schools. If we take out all the books about people that are different than what we think our children are, because not all of our children identify themselves at this age. It's my child's a first grader. When they go through school, they don't know anything else. And when someone identifies as different, they become a target. There was a gentleman from the high school here that was talking about suicides and depression. Well, one of the groups he didn't mention was the LGBTQ children that have a higher rate of suicide than average children with that are cisgendered. And part of that is bullying. And when we talked about, a gentleman a couple ago said that the county is going to lose access to the library if you pull this agreement, and that's a big deal because they fought for years for this. And I know a lot of people from the cities around that use the library regularly, both for themselves and for their kids. There's a lot of really good programs there, and they have an amazing kids section to pull books out of. I just want the choice to screen for my daughter. I don't want someone to do the screening for me. So if people want to pull out books about boys wearing dresses because that makes them uncomfortable, then I no longer have access to that book. This is a public library. It's for the whole community. And so I think everyone should have access to the books, and parents should get to decide what's appropriate for their kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Lewis.
Sarah Lewis, Precinct 1. I'm here to ask that you not terminate the interlocal agreement. My understanding from city staff and various sources is that if you do, then City of Kerrville citizens such as myself will be paying twice for a service that we don't have access to, and I don't appreciate that. Including the current taxes for animal services and building a new facility. Furthermore, I'm all for protecting kids. I have 2 of my own. And it feels like sexualizing children is this new exciting term, but that's not what the library is doing. Just because it has these materials available for older young adults and adults, it doesn't mean it's for children. This is not being read at story time. It's not, it's not available to the kids except for this one instance when it was in a cage. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Capper. Ms. Capper?
Back there.
Podium right there. No? What's the matter?
My name is Katie Capel. I live in Kerrville. I also own property in the county. I paid $8,500 in taxes this year, and I would expect you as my representatives to be careful with my money. I am a dedicated library goer, and if I lived in the county and was deprived of my chance to go to the library, I would be very, very angry. 3,500 people would be deprived of the library if you cancel this agreement. And I don't think this is going to accomplish what this whole hearing has been about. I am against pornography, sexualization of children, grooming, all of that stuff. But I understood that if the agreement's canceled, the city will lose input into the operation of the animal shelter, and you will lose the opportunity to have some control over the library. So I think that's pointless. I've thought it was a great cooperative agreement that we've got these 2 things going on. And it will not accomplish anything towards the elimination of pornography or child abuse to cancel the agreement with the library. I appreciate everybody being very concerned about children. I have not seen a single parent come forward and say their child was damaged by something that they saw in the library. I spend a lot of time in there. Parents are there. It's the parents' responsibility to make sure that their children are only looking at appropriate stuff. It's only been a week, less than a week, since the City Council ordered the advisory board to review their procedures. I don't think this is an emergency. I think this is something that you can give the city a chance to take care of. And I know everybody's all hysterical because something can happen to a child. Well, things happen to a child all the time, but most of them don't happen in the library. So I urge you to think about the fact that as a taxpayer, I would like the people that live in the county to be able to use the library, and that you can continue to have input into how that operation is handled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Capel. Susan Wolf.
I'm Susan Wolf. I live on Morton Road in the county. I spoke at the last meeting and I sent letters to each of the commissioners, but I'm not sure if you've read them. Well, I clearly expressed my opinions in those letters, but I'll reiterate them here. I am in favor of continuing the agreement with the city and the library. I support the librarians as they defend against censorship and protect our rights. It is a public library, and I would not expect every book in that library to meet with my individual tastes, and nor should the other people in the community expect every single book to meet with their individual tastes. We have the right to not check out things we don't agree with. We have the right not to read things we don't agree with. However, if you remove those books, I will have lost my right to pick and choose what I want to read from the library and what my child has the ability to check out and what she has the ability to read. And I don't believe that other people making those decisions for my child, my neighbors make the decisions for their children. I think that it should be the librarian's decisions to select the books for the library. I think it's the librarian's decisions to curate that collection. I've always found the library personnel to be helpful and courteous and respectful, and they've always made the library a welcoming place. I hope you'll support the librarians as they defend against censorship, and I hope you'll continue the agreement with the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the people that had signed up to speak. So with that, pardon?
Here. It's coming late.
Okay.
Well, he's been here a long time, he just didn't.
Mr. Schulenberg? Okay, you may speak. This is the last one.
My name's Ted Schulenberg. I've lived in Kerr County for 27 years. The library made a mistake. They had been doing this for years and taking what was called banned books and putting them out so that people could see what had been banned. And that's kind of a, banning is not really a good term, but it's some people felt was most appropriate to be not viewed by too many people. But they put them in the wrong place, and the city or the library said, okay, we won't put those out there anymore. And as a matter of fact, next year, the only thing we'll put out is the covers of the books. So there should be no major issue with respect to what kids see. And if you bring your child in there, they're not going to look at that shelf, that book table anyway. They're going to make a beeline for the children's table, and that'll be the end of it. And they certainly can't check out any books. What they read at home will depend on what their parents come up with. In addition to the informal banning, there was a Texas congressman who came out with a real long list of about 850 books that he didn't think were appropriate for people to look at. And it included good literature. It also included books about the fact that babies don't come from storks, and so you had to have a little bit of material like that in some of those listings. The library puts out books that have been subject to banning by the ALA, or not by the ALA, but by some organizations. They do not belong to the ALA. The library doesn't belong to it. They're affiliated with it, but they don't belong to it. They don't take any orders from them, but they do get the benefits of some advice, which they may or may not take. But citing all these things that you don't like about the ALA have no reflection on the library. They're two separate entities. They're not related, and they're not co-members. Finally, I'd written a letter to the editor on this, and I wrote it on Saturday, and I don't know if it'll get published or not, but when I found out that you're going to consider separating ways with the county or with the city, on the library, I thought that's going overboard. And I did say that 7 or 8 years ago, as Tom Moser said, the city came together and had a working arrangement with the county. It was good for the city, it was good for the county, good for the people in the county, good for the library, and good for animal control. And they've been getting along fine ever since. And it seems to me that even considering a return to those dark, acrimonious pre-agreement days isn't serving the best interests of anybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, since I didn't use my whole 3 minutes, would you allow my...
No, we've had enough. I think we understand the issue, and it's my opportunity to speak. The other commissioners weighed in before we listened to the public. I wanted to listen to the public before I shared my comments. I think this entire issue has been needlessly politicized. We have a simple contract with the city. We do business with the city. We live in the community. We have to work together. You talk about these emergency services. We pay $1.385 million to the city to provide that service out in the county. That contract's coming up for renewal. I need to be able to work with the city to negotiate a contract to protect the people that live out in the county. And the last thing I need is an unnecessary termination of an agreement, because you, the public, mistakenly think that we have input into how they run that library. Well, let me tell you, we do not. We have an agreement. We have a member that sits on that advisory board, and you don't tell them how to run the library, do you? That's why when this thing first came up, I wanted to go sit down with the mayor, and I wanted to sit down with Ms. Brigatti, and I did. And I found out that, yeah, I agree with what Mr. Schulenberg said. I think they made a mistake. This could have been handled a whole lot better. And I was assured that they were going to take these remedial actions. And from what little I know, I think they've taken some of them, if not all of them, and there may be more that need to be put in place, which is what the mayor and the librarian assured me they were in the process of doing with the advisory board. So, here we sit, debating child pornography. When we've got a contract, the city can't tell us how to run animal services, and they don't. And there's those of you in the audience that know we do work with the city, but they don't tell us how to do that. We've got KPA helping us do that, and we've developed a very good coalition and partnership to get this done, which is what we need to do with the city on the library. The city has the exclusive control over the library. Commissioner Moser knows this. You can sit there and talk to him, you can make recommendations to him, but we have no control. So all of you have become and presented your impassioned arguments to us to terminate this contract with the city to punish them, right? So that they'll do what you want them to do. They'll get rid of the ALA. What's the remedy you want? We're trying to run a local government, and we got to work with a fellow local government here. So I think we talked some of the phrases that I heard, throwing the baby out with the bathwater, overboard. I think they're true. I don't like what's happening over at the library. I definitely don't like anything to do with child pornography or grooming in any way, shape, or form. But I want to run a county government. And I know my peers may want to go ahead and terminate this contract, but it's a symbolic act that accomplishes nothing. It accomplishes nothing. At least let us continue to work together to try to address these problems rather than just flipping off the city and saying, we don't want to work with you anymore. We can't get away with that. Roman knows that. We still got to work with you. We've got lots of things we do together. And I go back to the lady who talked about the urgency of this. I don't know what the immediacy is that we have to do that right now other than to pat ourselves on the back and feel good that we've done something. I don't know. I'm here to try to run this local government with the help of this court, and I think we do a pretty good job, all things considered. But I think it's premature to terminate this contract, and especially if we don't even know we got the right one in place. We ought to at least go back and try to see what we can put together. So I would just caution that let's take our time and do this the right way and not rush into it. And for those of you that think that we can somehow punish the city for their wrongdoing, I don't think this punishes anybody but all of us, both sides. That's what I think.
I don't want to punish the city. I don't want to subsidize this stuff they're showing the kids over there. It's targeting kids. I asked them at their city council meeting to please separate it away from the children's stuff. And everything that I've said to them has fallen on deaf ears. I've spoken with the mayor privately. Nothing's changed. So I don't think that, my vote is that we don't subsidize that. And it's not the issue of punishing the city or anybody else. I don't want to subsidize.
I hear you. But to subsidize, before we entered into the agreement with them, we were providing animal services, right?
And this won't change things a lot.
And we didn't have, our county residents didn't have access to the library. So Commissioner Moser sat down with I think it was Mayor White back then, and hammered out this agreement where we don't spend any money. We don't give them anything. Maybe a little grief when we send Beck over there, or teasing you, but we're not subsidizing anything here. We're continuing to provide animal services. And quite frankly, I think those people that live in the city that are looking at the query, are you going to be able to take advantage of this new animal shelter that we're going to build? I think it was a switch and bait, is the way I heard somebody put it, that we trotted a bond proposition out there, Prop C, to build this animal shelter, and it passed. Okay? Now, the two that didn't pass, I know there are a lot of people out there in the city as well as the county that are mad at this court over this issue. And so they voted against the bond issue, in most parts. And we took a drubbing on that. So what I'm looking at here, we're not subsidizing anything. We're providing animal services. And we do it in conjunction with Kerrville Pets Alive and the volunteers that come out and help. And we've all realized that this is something that we're going to continue to do. From my point of view, I got to tell you, if we terminate that contract, I'm not going to be happy if we're not using that facility for animals that are picked up in the city. Because that was the unspoken contract that we had with the people, is that we're providing the animal service for the county, county-wide. And now we've got authority to go ahead and build that facility. If I lived in the city, I would be wanting to get some clarification on that.
Judge, what you're saying is not accurate in a couple of areas. There are 8 paragraphs in this agreement that say the county shall. And there's things that we wouldn't do otherwise.
Right.
There's 8 paragraphs of it. There's one sentence about the library. The city shall maintain and be solely responsible for the ownership, control, and management of the library. It is not an equal agreement. We do 8 paragraphs of things in addition to the city. That is what is the issue. And this has been an issue that Commissioner Harris brought up way before this ever happened. It is not an equal agreement. And it needs to be renegotiated, and it's been said that for the last year. When I met with the city manager in August, and you were aware of this going on, it was decided that there's no way that we could get a new agreement done during the month of September with our budget stuff. So we did a 1-year extension knowing that it had to be renegotiated. That's all we're doing right here.
Then I would like to take the time to do that. That's all I'm saying.
We're giving them 120 days.
When Commissioner Letts brought this up, September, I guess, it was for a 2-year extension. And I think everybody knows, I've stated it over and over again, I didn't think it was an equitable agreement for the county and the city for what we give and what they give. And so we backed it up to a 1-year agreement. I wanted to renegotiate maybe next June before everybody both sides does their budget. And so we extended it in a year. And then about, I don't know, a couple weeks later, we had banned book week and everything hit the fan. And I thought, well, good grief. We didn't like it to begin with. Now look what's happening. And look how much time's gone by. And even with an agenda item last Tuesday, it fell on deaf ears. We're not asking to blow everything up. Do away with American Library Association in their agenda. That's all we ask. We want a library like most of all of us grew up in, going into a safe environment. If I would have brought home this bookmark with me when I was a kid, oh my gosh, my dad probably be go to the pen. And this is for a kid to take home, colorful bookmark with the top 10 challenge books, not banned books, that they can research, download on their own. Many of these are found in the young adults. Young adults is 12 and older. That's what the lady read one of those excerpts in City Council got the police chief on her about. So that's my point. Commissioner Letts brought up something earlier. My motion was to give them a 90-day notice of termination of this agreement. Commissioner Letts brought up holidays and everything. I'm willing to amend my motion, if Commissioner Blue agrees, to 120 days notice. Now, it wouldn't be hard to make this go away.
So that's my motion.
Second.
You accept his amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor of terminating the interlocal agreement with the city regarding the library and animal services, raise your hand.
It's terminated effective in 120 days.
120 days.
Right.
So that's 3. And those opposed, raise your hand. 3-2 vote. All we can do is tell the city, that's a library management issue over there.
I bet they know already.
And we have 120 days to renegotiate the agreement.
Right.
Okay, we have a lot of timed items. We are very, very, very far behind. Let's take a 5-minute break, come back here at 11 o'clock, and we'll start with the timed items. Okay, before we come back to order, for those of you that missed this morning's activities, we are very behind on our agenda, and so items 1.2 through 1.9 will be deferred because they're not specifically timed items. So if you're here on one of those, 1.2 to 1.9, those are deferred until we can come back and get rid of these timed items. So we're going to start with the 10 o'clock items. Go to item 1.10. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding clarification on the timing and effectiveness of the new engineering fees and new subdivision regulations with regards to the Twin Creek subdivision development. Jared Martin.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for letting me speak with you. Jared Martin with Wellborn Engineering Surveying, representing Lakeway Capital, Earl Sullivan on this project. I'll try to be brief. I trust y'all probably read the letter. Really what we're looking at here is a development that started earlier this year. Went through a couple of concept plan meetings, brought a preliminary plat to this court to get y'all aware of what we're doing. During that time, some concerns were raised about Eagle Ridge Road, and the developer has gone through some meetings with Mr. Beck Gibson and the county engineer to kind of mitigate those concerns and see what can be done. Got with traffic engineer to do a study and see what things can be done to help that. And so we just want to let everybody know those concerns didn't fall on deaf ears. We're trying to make an effort to mitigate those concerns.
Well, Jared, let me just kind of stop you there. I've been briefed on what this issue is, so I have a background for it. I don't know if the rest of the commissioners understand the problem that we've got. And it has to do with we're trying to adopt new subdivision rules that will be effective January 1. And we also went back and revised our fee schedule to have the fee schedule, have an updated fee schedule so that we're charging the appropriate fees. We updated that, and that was effective for October 22 or something.
October 1st.
October 1st.
It was done budgetarily.
And one of the things that, under the old rules, we still had provisions for preliminary plats, even though the legislature did away with preliminary plats. And so some of the original developers that were working on your projects before we changed the fee schedule and before we came up with the proposed new subdivision rules and regulations, are trying to figure out where are you in this process,
right,
and what fees are you going to have to pay under the new fee schedule rather than that were not in the old fee schedule.
Sure.
And I've talked to Chuck Kimbrough about it.
I have too.
And he recognized it, and the advice of our council is that we don't make the plat fees effective until January 1.
Yeah.
So we just back off on that and not apply those fees until the new rules go into effect, so that nobody's left in a lurch.
Sure.
Because we have included in these proposed subdivision rules
the fees are still
a pre-development platting discussion that's voluntary. And if developers and their engineers want to sit down and work with us, which we have done in the past, like these preliminary plats, like we're working with you on, Jared, then we'll have a specific procedure outlined at that time, and the fees will tie directly to the procedures. But we're kind of in no man's land right now, transitioning to January 1, and I think what you need is assurance that we're not going to charge you that fee that would have been charged under this new schedule.
And that's part of it. The other are the new subdivision regs and what might be, what regulations are going to be new to us in this project. The developer desires to file the final plat after we're constructed. No lot lines need to be shifted, no minor tweaks that would cause an amending plat to come back to the court at the time, near the end of construction, as opposed to putting up a bond and a letter of credit now.
Right.
Just to simply beat a timeline. So we've got approved construction documents. We've had a construction pre-con meeting, and they're broke ground out there as well. So our hope is at this point we're invested to a point where new regs wouldn't be brought on to us
Right.
after, just by simply not getting it in before the end of the year. And some of the new regs that we're seeing in the proposed subdivision regs are stuff that we would have looked at as a development further in the beginning to see if the project's even viable. So to bring those up now is kind of where our concern is.
Well, and we've talked with council, and we've talked with our engineer, Charlie, and I think we're in a good position to be able to make that transition period without any undue imposition on you. But the new rules will go into effect January 1, once we vote on them next meeting.
I think the question is, what Jared's trying to get to is that his development and any large ones that are working right now, they're already doing things well on the way, but they're not going to have, they would rather not have to do a final plat and then come back and do a revision of plat right after that. And I think, to me, the way we can solve that, and there's only a couple that fall in this category. To me, we stay with the policy that we had that, we have to have the materials in by January 1, and we can make an exception for a couple of the subdivisions that are well on their way, under construction already, under kind of our old rules. Because I mean,
it's just a quasi grandfathering.
Yeah. But I think we need to be very specific as to which ones, and I think Charlie can probably come up with which subdivisions are far enough along at that point that we can say, okay, this subdivision A, B, and C are under the old rules. Everything else, if you didn't have your final plat approved prior to January 1.
And the quick fix, as Chuck Kimbrough, our counsel, said, is that we just take and don't apply those fees until January 1. Yeah. That temporarily solves the problem for y'all. And then we get to look at each one of these one at a time to see how we need to finish them up.
Right. And our biggest concern is really the new regs. We don't want to be halfway through construction and now the new regs say this, we come in for final plat 6-8 months from now. Did y'all do this X, Y, and Z as a part of the new regs? And our answer would be no.
To some extent, their decision as to whether to go with the new regs or old regs depend on these fees. So I move that we adjust our fee schedule to be effective January 1st, 2023. That solves part of it.
Second.
Part of it, right.
So we've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Now, I do have a two-part ask, if you will, here, with fees and subdivision regs. We're trying to find relief.
Yeah, this is just one part.
Yeah.
Okay. So, any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. The other part of it is, and we have always operated under, when you come and file your plat application, then you got your place in line to have those rules in effect at that time govern your subdivision till conclusion. Right?
But that's final plat application, am I right?
Yes. But that's all we've got now. We used to have preliminary plat. And because we don't have that now.
Exactly. So a few concept plans, a voluntary preliminary plat, construction document review and approval, pre-construction meeting. We have these other milestones that we've accomplished.
And we appreciate you voluntarily doing that. And we don't want to punish you because you did what we asked you to do. Sure. It's just not right. And I just don't on a subdivision by subdivision basis. On Twin Creeks, we can look at this. I've talked to Charlie. I've talked to the lawyer. I think we've all heard it. For your subdivision, I'm fine. You're going to be under the old rules. And even if you don't get your final plat application filed by the end of this year. Because there's been detrimental reliance upon these rules, and we recognize that, and we want to accommodate you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Judge, if you will, maybe the thing to do is to direct me to come to the November 28th meeting, our next meeting, with a list of all the subdivisions.
Yes.
So that you can explicitly say these subdivisions are subject to the rules that are in effect as of 2022, and that they because otherwise someone's going to come in after January 1. They'll turn in
I'm great with that, Charlie.
But is that what we're asking for?
Yeah, but I changed the date from the November 28th meeting to the first meeting in December because we've got another very, very busy meeting on the 28th.
Well, that's fine. I can bring in the first one in.
So that'd give us a little bit more time to.
So it sounds like what you're asking, Charlie, is criteria for establishing whether or not they qualify?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I just want an explicit list.
In the transition period, so what would it be, a financial, or what would you be looking at?
No.
Or are you asking what we should look at?
I think what Jared's looking for from us is that...
I'm not talking about him anymore. I'm talking about Charlie's list.
I think what we're looking for is what constitutes that they're far enough with submittals that they should be vested.
Well, the county attorney has her eyebrows up, so it tells me I've asked too much. So we'll have that for another agenda item.
Yes, and I think that I can get with Charlie and we can draft some language so that I can give y'all some legal advice with Chuck and y'all can give Charlie direction at another meeting.
And what we're looking at here is, these are just a couple of subdivisions, maybe, probably several, that are substantially complete, to use an old construction term. They're substantially complete, they're not quite there, and we need to know which ones we're going to finish up under the old rules, and which ones are going to be the first ones that we apply the new rules to. That's what we're trying to transition through these next 2 months. So I move that the Twin Creeks subdivision be governed by the old rules upon their final plat submission.
Second.
You okay?
Sorry, final plat submission, meaning anytime?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. When you,
You're good.
You've
What
substantially
Jared is
completed.
saying is you're not gonna see that final plat submission until probably May of next year.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Right. If you go to the replay tape, you were safe. Okay? That's what it means.
I just saw his eyes and I knew that.
Don would like to add a few more to that list, that's why he's standing here.
Well, we're in the same position as Jared is on his, a couple of our Apache Trace and Yellow Roses estates.
We understand that.
But you're not on the agenda.
Well, I know, I understand, but I just wanted to make sure that y'all give him the right to let other people do it.
Sounds like I'm supposed to bring it back the first meeting in December is what it sounds like.
Is that right?
No, we can't do that.
Thank y'all.
We understand the transition.
Don Vocal, Kerrville, Texas.
Can you restate the motion? I got final plat submission under old rules, but are you talking about fees or the actual regulations?
We've already dealt with the
It
fees.
was
Fees
both.
don't go into effect till January.
Okay,
So
but on
whatever.
this particular plat?
But we want this plat. It's as though he had filed his final plat application before the new rules go into effect, because he's got the right to do that.
Right.
He can run in there right now and file that final plat, and we have to deal with it within 30 days. Well, we don't want pandemonium in the engineer's office. We don't want pandemonium in the developer's office. So we're just going to go ahead and accommodate. This one's substantially complete, and the old rules will apply to it through completion. And others will come along. We understand that.
Jackie, the point I think that you're trying to make on there is that the old rules do say that there's engineering fees that you pay, and we revised that. We've made them effective January 1 to coincide with the new regulations now, as of today. So it's my understanding that even if he does bring it in May of next year, he also does not have to pay those engineering fees, is my understanding. I know that was the intent of all of this, but I think that's the technicality, is that the old rules reference engineering fees, but we didn't have a schedule. The schedule is not going to be effective till January 1. That's when the new regulations are effective also. So if you get in under the wire, you're under the wire. You don't pay those fees.
There's a transition period.
Yep.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Next item is 1.11, which is a public hearing for a revision of plat for Kerrville Country Estates, Section 2, Lot 26. So I'm convening a public meeting. Is there anybody that would like to address the court on the revision of plat for Kerrville Country Estates, Section 2, Lot 26? Okay.
1.2 was popular. I mean, 110.
Yeah, 110.
Okay, there being no one, I'm going to adjourn the public meeting, and we'll move on to item 1.12, which is a public hearing for revision of plat for Soledad Springs Estates, Lot 15. The public meeting is now open. Anyone want to appear for Soledad Springs Estates, Lots 15? There being no one, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is 1.13. A public hearing for proposed cancellation of Tract 11, 57.16 acres of the Theodore and Dorothea Ayler Estate subdivision. Mr. Hastings. No, this is a public meeting. Anybody here want to appear on behalf of that agenda item? There being no one, we'll go ahead and adjourn. And let's move down to what was 115, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a cancellation of Tract 11, 57.16 acres of the Theodore and Dorothea Ayler Estate subdivision. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. In your packet's a letter from Vocal Land Surveying requesting the court cancel Tract 11, 57.16 acres out of the Theodore and Dorothy Ayler Estates subdivisions, Volume 4, page 27. Their client, High Point Land Investments, LLC, have purchased Tract 11 and wish to subdivide it into a 3-lot subdivision to be known as Hidden Draw Ranch Subdivision with access from FM 479. We just held a public hearing. Nobody spoke. The county engineer requests the court approve the cancellation of Tract 11, 57.16 acres of the Theodore and Dorothy Ayler Estate subdivision, Volume 4, page 27, Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. And then we'll go back up to 1.14, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve a final plat for the Avalos subdivision. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. 3 tracts totaling 13.673 acres off of Hollerkamp Road were previously divided out of a large tract without platting. This proposed subdivision will correct matters by platting into 2 lots and dedicating right-of-way on Hollerkamp Road. Lot 1 will be 5.671 acres and Lot 2 will be 8.002 acres. Access will be from an existing access easement, and Lot 1 is partially in the floodplain and must meet requirements for development in the floodplain. We just held a public hearing for this moments ago, and no, it wasn't a public hearing for this, I apologize. County engineer requests the court approve a final plat for Avalos subdivision precinct 3.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the final plat for the Avalos subdivision. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Moving down to item 1.16, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to go out for annual bids for road materials. Ms. Hoffer.
We were asking the court to give authorization for us to go out for our annual bids for road materials. Once we put out the bids, we will come back to the court to open the bids on December 12th, 2022 at 10:05, and also award the bids in court at that time.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve going out for annual bids for road materials, road and bridge. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. And that was a 10:05 timed item, and 117, 18, and 19 are not timed. So I have to skip over those for the time being. We'll move down to item 1.20, which is a 10:30 timed item. We're well past 10:30. I apologize. That's to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept quarterly report from the Veterans Advisory Council.
Good morning, Gary Noller, 140 Ray Drive at Cedar Point, representing the Veteran Service Advisory Committee. This is our quarterly report. I had Jenna pass out a piece of paper to you. It's got a few little quick facts on it. She did send us her quarterly performance report ending the quarter September 30th. She is again doing a superb job in helping veterans and survivors and dependents on obtaining benefits. And we appreciate her very much. And I know the veterans that use her appreciate her very much. I did put out some facts there on numbers, dollar numbers, because everybody seems to like dollar numbers, but I said if you get too caught up in dollar numbers, you're kind of missing everything here, because there's a lot of stuff that goes on that doesn't have a financial value, but it is a huge value to the veterans. So I went back to the last 4 quarters, 12 months ending September 30th, and took a look at retroactive pay. And retroactive pay is a lump sum that's paid to a veteran to catch them up. So if you file in May, but you don't get your decision until November, you have several months in there that they're going to pay you for the back or retroactive. And for the 12 months ending September 30th, for the veterans that Jenna worked with, they got $921,000 in back pay, almost $1 million. And then the monthly benefits that you gain, the VA pays veterans, dependent survivors every month for disability, could be pension. That's $1.12 million. So you add those two together, you're up around $2 million representing that 30 days. Effective January 1, all those benefits like disability pay, pension's going to raise by 8.7%. That's just a standard. Everybody's going to get it. Social Security goes up that much, military pay goes up that much. That's federal rates. Most of that's due to the inflation that we're undergoing. The only other point I want to bring out is I always say that the benefits are always changing. That's one of the reasons why Jenna has to go to so many training sessions during the years, because you've got to keep up to date. If you're not up to date and you file something incorrectly, it's going to get thrown back out. But one of the big changes recently is a law that came into effect that raised life insurance. If you're in the military service, you can buy life insurance very cheaply. It doesn't depend upon your age or your rank. It's a very, very inexpensive life insurance. You pay for it depending upon how much you take out. And then when you separate, if you want to continue that insurance, that becomes Veterans Group Life Insurance. Used to be a $400,000 limit. They raised it to $500,000, which is a great benefit for those people who use that life insurance. And that's my report.
I move for approval.
I don't think it could get any better, Gary.
Second.
I don't think it could get a better report. I don't think you want.
Very good.
Okay, so we have no action to take on that one?
Motion, he made a motion, I second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second
To accept it.
to accept the report?
Right.
Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Next item is, timed item at 10:30 is 1.21, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to reappoint Vicki Marsh to the Veterans Advisory Council. The new term would be effective January 1, 2023.
Again, Gary Noller, 140 Ray Drive. Vicki's one of the original members on the Veteran Service Advisory Committee, and term expires on December 31st, and we would request that she be reappointed effective January 1st, 2023 for another 3-year term.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the reappointment of Vicki Marsh to the Veterans Advisory Council. Any discussion? Thanks for staying with us.
Thank you.
Those in favor, raise your hand. Thanks, Vicki. Item 1.22, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to request to hire a student intern from Alamo Community College for the Veteran Services Office. There will be no cost to the county. Ms. Sanchez.
Good morning. How are y'all today? I hope in your package that y'all have some information, but basically I would like the approval to post a job opening with Alamo Community Colleges, and if so, anyone who is in either the business administration field can apply, and they would work for me to give them hours, but the college would pay for it, and basically could help assist me doing clerical stuff at work. It would be no more than 180 hours per semester, and I would just like the approval to proceed with that.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve posting a job opportunity for a student intern for Alamo Community College for the Veteran Services Office at no expense to the county.
Correct, yes, sir. Alamo Community College will pay for everything.
Y'all are all good news today. This is all good.
Thank you.
That'll be a tremendous asset to you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Next 10:30 item is 1.23, an update regarding the Veterans Pathway Project. Mr. Gibson.
That's an issue I brought up. I'll just read this out. The Veterans Pathway budget was approved with little more than a sketch and a previously described goal. My mission is to get to a point of precise description, a budget, and a schedule for your formal approval before next year, before year's end. Since there is not yet a formal plan, I have nothing to submit for your approval. This is merely an update on the status. I met November 1st with Charlie Hastings and Tom Mosier because they had done previous planning and coordination prior to my involvement. Tom Mosier was essentially the origin idea, and Charlie Hastings has been involved. During our meeting, we made a list of all parties that will be necessary to plan the project to accommodate its execution. Before involving others, however, I made contact with the city staff and received encouragement. We had previous approval of the crossing by TxDOT. I've also appointed Jeff Harris of the Veterans Advisory Committee as an addition to our planning committee. We now have eliminated at least the most obvious derailments. Within weeks, we will have a meeting or meetings with all necessary parties in order to more precisely determine what can be done and how to do it, such as TxDOT, city and county engineering, county maintenance, auditor, county attorney, and grant administrator, and others. When we have a precise description, a schedule, and a budget, the plan will be presented to Commissioners Court for consideration and action.
You know, and I'm all for this. But I'm going to play devil's advocate. I brought it up in Road and Bridge Monday morning meeting of theirs, and I think Charlie was there. I'm not sure, but we talked about, you know, I've just driven through there and all the traffic there at Maldonado's. I mean, good grief, they'd be all over that walkway. That's something to take into consideration, and I don't know what the answer to that is, but my goodness.
TxDOT has already agreed to totally redo their light system and to accommodate, which based on their safety background, I'm assuming that's enough. I understand your concern.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason I'm saying that we got to meet on a lot of people to figure out that all these assumptions I'm putting together are correct or not.
Good.
And whenever I get to that point, I'll get back with you. On that particular point, I don't know specifically. All I know is what they recommended.
Okay.
Yeah.
On that same concern, and it's a similar thing as we have with the Moster Nursery and Centerpoint. The business was there before the road really became used like it is. So, and the contact is going to be Ed Maldonado. It'd be kind of hard to reach. So if you, I have
He's on the list.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I'll be glad I've got I can get hold of him usually.
Okay.
So if there's time to talk to Ed, let me know and I'll make sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Next agenda item is 1.24. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to award bid for a new county-wide communication system for the Kerr County Sheriff's Office and volunteer fire departments. Ms. Putnam.
Hello. Okay, the county had received 2 responses to the RFP for the new countywide communication system, one of which was a qualified bid and the other was not. The Selection Review Committee met last Wednesday on November 4th with all the members in attendance that you had requested and appointed at the last meeting. Jeff Harris was voted as the chairperson and is here with us today to give forth the committee recommendation.
Thank you. Jeff Harris, 769 Oakland Hills Lane here in Kerrville. As Noel stated, we met last Wednesday, the panel of 9 of us that was appointed by the Commissioners Court. We did have 2 RFPs submitted. One was qualified, the other was disqualified due to the criteria that was requested on the application. We did grade the one RFP that was approved by the commission, voting unanimously to accept, and that was to make our recommendation to the court for the RFP from Motorola.
I move for approval. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead and make the motion.
I did.
Got a motion and a second. Okay, discussion. Any discussion?
The motion is to.
Jeff pretty much explained it, and it was kind of disappointing. You start going through the list of what you needed from them, and it's not there on one of them. So.
Right.
It's been a long process.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there, I guess I have not gone through the response in detail, but a lot of this is based on radio coverage and meeting certain requirements. If after the system is installed, if it does not meet what was stated in the RP, is there a obligation for Motorola to do upgrades, whatever necessary, to get the coverage that they say that we will have?
Is that where on those maps, I was not a part of the scoring, but on the maps, I do believe there was something that stated there was 99%, 5%.
99% based on coverage area.
Yes, there's a little slice in precinct 4 that's, from my understanding, canyons and other things of that nature that will not have necessarily the greatest coverage. It's very mildly populated, if at all. But otherwise, if you look into the proposal itself, the map has significant coverage for the needs of the county.
I guess my question is, what if it doesn't meet 99%?
Well, the contour maps show it'll meet 99%. I mean, that should be pretty easy.
You were on the committee, weren't you?
Yes, I was on.
But I guess my question is, but,
that's sales talk, I realize that. So sales talk, yes, the contour map shows that they get everything, and some of it's stronger than others. And if they have to supplement and do whatever they have to do to make sure we have coverage in those other areas, plus this system rolls over into the next system. So if we got out in far west Kerr, there might be another tower that it would pick up and so on. So it should be fine, based on what I looked at.
I mean, I guess you sort of said it, but I just want to make sure that if we don't get the coverage that they're saying we're gonna get, that they're obligated to give us that coverage.
What we did, Commissioner, was we looked at the two proposals. All we did was make a recommendation. As far as when it gets into the contractual portion between the county and Motorola, that would be something that had to be in the contract.
I was in a lot of the early conversations, the judge was too. Sheriff, I'm gonna ask you, it seems to me that Motorola said that if we don't deliver, if we don't have the coverage we say we will make it good.
Correct, and we will confirm that when we start talking back and forth.
That has to be in writing on a piece of paper.
In the contract. That's what I'm getting to. That needs to be in the contract.
Exactly.
But with this approval, then you begin the contract phase.
Right.
And that's where that will be covered.
And that goes to the county
That's the
attorney.
next agenda item.
Okay.
So any
It
other
should be
discussion
good.
about 1.24, which is to award the bid for a countywide communication system to Motorola?
Okay.
I have, Mr. Anderson, would you like to address the court on that?
I'm here from LCRA if you have any questions about why we responded the way we did, but I'm happy to just observe.
Okay. So with that, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Let's move on to 1.25, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to enter into a contract negotiations for a new countywide communication system for the Kerr County Sheriff's Office and volunteer fire departments. Ms. Putnam.
Exactly as stated, since the item was approved, if you would like us to go ahead and move forth with getting the contractual statements together and prepared, just begin that process.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
Who's entering into, who's doing that? I mean, Noel's entering into,
well,
I don't do the contract negotiations, I review the contractor.
She reviews them. Right.
I'm available to assist in whatever you may need, but I would assume that would fall to Sheriff Lathan.
Yeah, it's his system.
I just want to know who's responsible.
Pardon?
Are you signing it? Is this something you signed to authorize county judge to sign the same?
Not yet.
So what, okay.
Just negotiations at this point.
So
not-
this
not
is,
ready
what
for
was
it.
the motion? I'm sorry. The motion and the second. And who made the second? I didn't catch
Beck.
that.
I made the second.
Okay.
And the motion was
To enter into contract.
to authorize the county, KCSO, enter into contract negotiations for a new countywide communication system for the Kerr County Sheriff's Office and volunteer fire departments. And I'm sure there'll be various ones of us involved in that as we go through it. So we've got a motion and a second to approve that. Any other
And
discussion?
the sheriff's gonna be the point man.
But there may be times when we get called in to set up.
And, right, and you can call anybody and,
So those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Now, take a breath. We need to go back to item 1.2. We finished our timed items. Thank y'all for coming in, gentlemen. Well, she's not leaving.
Oh, she's not leaving anyway.
No. No, she doesn't. Okay. If we're true to form, this should be the speedy part of the agenda.
No, I'm not gonna.
Item 1.2, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to amend court order number 39599, approving the interlocal agreements with local entities for hazardous mitigation action plan to increase the match for each participant from $2,000 to $3,800. Deb Thomas.
Morning, Judge, morning, Commissioners. So I'm here to basically clean up a little mess. So during my conversations with GrantWorks about the hazard mitigation plan and how we did it last time was everybody in the plan had an equal part of the plan and paid an equal amount to get the mitigation plan done. Somehow that didn't come out through the conversation this time. It didn't make it to the girl that was doing the contract. So, and it was going to be $2,000 for each participant, but actually it needs to be $3,800, which we basically what we did last time is we took the entire 25% that the county was going to, that we were going to be responsible for the plan, and split it up amongst all 10 jurisdictions. And that's what this does. It's going to cost $38,000 after the FEMA portion. All 10 jurisdictions will pay $3,800.
Okay. And this is a good thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's going to cost us significantly more for the county.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the interlocal agreements with the local entities for the hazardous mitigation action plan from $2,000 to $3,800. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Item 1.3, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve documents related to the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program for the Hazard Mitigation Action Plan and allow the county judge to sign as appropriate. Documents include Hazard Mitigation Program application, certification, grant terms and conditions, assurances, non-construction programs, certification regarding lobbying, disclosure of lobbying activities, resolution authorizing submission of hazard mitigation assistance grant application, and resolution regarding local matching. Deb Thomas.
So, yeah, Judge and Commissioners, those are basically all the same forms we did for the last mitigation plan in 2015. The two items that I really need you to pass are the two resolutions. One is a resolution for Kerr County, Texas, committing Kerr County to provide local matching funds to secure and complete the hazard mitigation FEMA hazard mitigation planning grant. And the other one is a resolution of the County of Kerr authorizing the submission of a hazard mitigation assistance grant application and appointing the judge as the chief executive officer and authorized representative to act in all matters in connection with the FEMA mitigation grant. Other forms, the lobbying forms and that stuff is, we do that for all of them, for any grant.
I'm looking at my grant administrator.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, all of these are the typical forms that we will need to do. We might even have some of them already, maybe.
Okay.
Each of these filed individually?
It goes with the grant application
So
itself.
it's a laundry list that goes with it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I move for approval.
Second.
Do you second? Okay, got a motion and a second to execute all these necessary documents that I detailed in this presentation.
Thank you.
Any discussion?
No.
Those in favor, raise your hand.
Absolutely not.
Okay, item 1.4, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to rescind court order number 39260, providing the purchase of a Ford Explorer from Enterprise Fleet Management for the AgriLife Extension Office. Ms. Fiedler.
Yes, this is Angela Fiddler with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service, Kerr County. I hope this is the last time for a while that I'll have to come in here. So the first action item is to rescind the original approval of the Explorer that we approved back in April. That vehicle is no longer available.
That seems like a no-brainer to me.
And so we would like to rescind that.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to rescind the order to purchase the original Ford Explorer back in April. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Now move on to 1.5, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm the purchase of a 2022 Ford Explorer from Enterprise Fleet Management for AgriLife Extension Office.
That is correct.
That's the new one.
That's the new one.
So those were the three that we signed them all. See if you get one.
We sure hope so.
I move for approval.
Oh.
Okay. Now you got a motion.
Are you second?
No, I didn't.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to authorize AgriLife Extension Office to purchase the new 2022 Ford Explorer from Enterprise. Any other discussions?
Yes. Okay, we just rescinded one and vehicle wasn't available. It was gonna be $643 a month.
Correct.
Now we're going to over $1,000 a month. That's a hell of a
It's
jump.
$973 and, yes, 73 cents.
I show $1,019.98, but
Right. With additional service and things like that, correct.
Is it
that's almost like my mortgage.
Is that apples to apples, or is that something else?
Yes, they just, we actually have to spend a little bit more, and every time we do this, it'll probably be more.
Well, they need something. They need something bad, but my gosh, we just jumped almost $400 a
Well,
month.
we've been hammered on every one of these.
I know.
It's about three.
But man, it's like,
What's
how
the
much will
total
these
price?
guys take?
What's the total price of this unit?
46,000, and it was 31.
Welcome to the world.
I have another choice, but it was more, so we came to you. But if you would like to do that one,
You made the right decision.
That's where we were at, so.
So we've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Swallow
gotta
hard.
have it.
Swallow hard and do it. Okay. Next item on the agenda is 1.6. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept the OOG, Office of the Governor, grant award for Kerr County Victim Services Department. Ms. Peter.
I'm Pam Peter, I'm the Victim Service Coordinator, and I'm just asking the court to accept the grant and all things within for this year.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve accepting the grant awarded to the Kerr County Victim Services from the Governor's Office.
It was accepted as submitted.
Correct.
What was the total amount? Do you have that? And if you
From
don't,
the OOG is $119,475, and there's no cash match this year again.
Okay.
Our luck's gonna run out on this one of these days.
Yeah.
This is good.
Just keep rolling the dice. I figure we might get it one more year with no match, but I don't know. We'll see.
We have to provide this.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
It has to be
Prosecutors do.
provided.
And the sheriff.
this is the cheapest. Yeah. This is the best alternative.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 1.7, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the state-mandated cybersecurity training courses offered by the Texas Association of Counties. Bruce Motherall.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's time for our annual fun. Everybody gets to take it.
And we do this once a year. We do this once a year, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve what? The mandated cybersecurity training course?
Yes.
To accept the inevitable, yes.
Sometimes you feel like a child in this job, you know? You're sent to your room, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. Okay. Do you have a motion?
Yeah.
Yes, motion.
And a second?
Yes.
You got a motion and a second to approve the mandated cybersecurity training course. Any discussion?
What's our deadline?
The end of the year.
No, I bet it won't be that bad. The end of June. That's what
End
we'd
of
like.
June?
They'll forget about it until May.
You should have led with that, man.
It happens every year.
Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Thanks, Bruce.
I'll get an email about June 1st, probably.
Yeah.
1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the court order number 39562, approving the Kerr County Maintenance Director to seek out requests for proposals regarding repairs to the east and west sidewalks of the county courthouse. Shane Evans.
Yes, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. We will not have to go out for the RFP. We're already getting the sidewalks fixed right now. So I'd ask that we rescind the court order to get a request for proposals.
And the reason the quote came in incredibly low.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2,000.
Yeah, exactly.
$2,775 to do both
Yeah.
sides.
I told the judge about it, and he thought it was thousands, and so did I at first, you know.
I make a motion to rescind court order, whatever it is.
39562.
39562.
Second.
Got a motion and a second? Any discussion? Those in
I'll do
favor?
it for 3.
Raise your hand if you're unanimous. Okay, item 1.9. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the contract with Republic Services for one 2-yard container dumpster for the Ingram Annex and allow county judge to sign same. Shane Evans.
Yes, sir. They accept the contract for Public Services as presented, and she has made those notations.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the contract with Republic Services for the dumpster at West End Kerr Annex. Any discussion?
Yeah, a little bit. Very short. Our old annex, there wasn't room to even put a dumpster. This one, we have additional offices. What maintenance or housekeeping was doing in the past at the old place, they were bringing the dirty stuff in a bag in their vehicle inside with them back to dumpsters over here. So this is well needed. Yeah, we're coming up in the world.
The things the county does to make do.
I know.
Okay, any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. That's unanimous. Okay, moving to the next page, we stopped at 116, so we'll go to item 1.17, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the resolution and interlocal agreement with the Texas Department of Agriculture for Texas Community Development Block Grant, Colonia Planning and Needs Assessment. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
We were just discussing this. I don't know a whole lot about this.
Then let me tell you.
I'm happy to have to stand up here and tell you what I do know.
We had a Zoom meeting with the owner and the top executives with GrantWorks, who advised us that we really need to do this assessment, even though I know there's not a lot of juice for the squeeze. I remember that.
That's right.
I used that phrase in that meeting. But they say, what the concern is that if we don't do it, if we don't participate in it, then we won't be on the approved list to be able to apply for other grants for colonias in the future.
So this is
And we have
just
several
putting our
in the
name in the hat for colonias in the future.
But this is the carrot and the stick. They're inviting us to cooperate with their requests for assessments so they can gather data, and that keeps us qualified to receive funds in the future.
Because it helps them, and then it helps us.
So I move that we approve that.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Everybody in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.18, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to renew the contract with the Kerr Economic Development Corporation. Mr. Letts.
Jody, did everyone get copies of the new contract? It's not in the backup.
No.
While we pass on this, I can give you a quick update on it. It's an annual contract, and it just slipped through. It's the money's budgeted.
Nothing's changed?
It changed, but we put it in the budget.
Yeah, the amount changed. What changed in the contract was that it's got an automatic renewal in it. I asked Heather to add that to it so that it wouldn't lapse. And it also referenced the most recent economic development document that we did several years ago with Chuck Kimbrough's input. The previous agreement referenced the 2003 policy. So we made those two updates, but other than that, the contract did not change.
So we'll pass on that one this time.
We can pass, bring it back next time.
Then move on to item 1.19, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding funding of the volunteer first responder program.
Okay, a while back, this came up that we have this volunteer first responder program. I think Jonathan brought it up. And because I was unaware of it, I did a little investigation, and I asked HR for a list of everybody that we had on this, all the names on the list. I called every one of them. Not a one of them is involved in the program. Some of them have a different phone number or didn't answer, never returned my call. So there's zero response to this. So I'm not saying it's a bad program. I'm saying that we're putting money someplace that isn't being used. So the program might have merit, it might not. I also reached out to Derek Maloney over at the Kerrville Fire Department to see if he had a list. He didn't have anything. So I don't know that it's even being used. And we can, it's not, I don't want to necessarily just throw the program away, but it hasn't done anything so far.
Exactly. And this, I appreciate this because it brings attention to it. I think it's a good program, but where are we at with it? I do know in an ESD #1 meeting at one time, Chris Hughes had brought up some names that were supposedly active in it. I don't know.
Well, we don't have that list.
Yeah.
He's the only one with it if there is one.
Then why don't I suggest that we just pass on this and work this through the first part of next year, and that way,
Sure.
by the time we get down to budget time, we'll know whether to keep it in the budget or not.
Well, it's in amber right now. It's in suspended animation. So what are we gonna come back and do with it?
Well, if we haven't spent the money, we can always use the budget amendment and put it somewhere
Well,
else.
what I'm saying is put the money someplace else if we can't figure out if. Right now, I would say that the program, just judging by this, has failed because you don't have any participants. They've moved on. The people I was able to talk to said, well, you know, my schedule's changed. I didn't have time, that kind of, it's that usual kind of, you're not paying them. They're volunteers. They may be able to respond, maybe not. But I didn't find one that's active. And I didn't find any that remembered doing it. They remembered signing up. A couple of them, they went, oh, what is that again? That kind of response is what I got. And I had probably 10 people on the list.
Well, it needs to be kick-started or done away with.
Well, so the deal is, I don't know how we could go about doing that. If we can do that, that'd be great.
I think
I'm looking, oh, go ahead.
Well, one of it used to work, and I've talked to Chief Maloney a little bit about it, and he's needs to be definitely involved in the discussions. One area that it could work, what it does, it trains volunteers to have a level of EMS knowledge that they are authorized to work with the Kerrville ambulances and administer certain care.
So they're not in the way and they're helping.
Right. If nothing else, a lot of the volunteer fire departments may want to go through the program. I think that's to get people. To me, they're the most logical ones because they are actually volunteering, and if some of them want to get this training, it's well worth it. But I think it needs to get go back through CARFA, through
I agree,
fire chief, and see if they want to get it going. And the ESDs, it's probably those CARFA, the ESDs, and City of Kerrville need to figure out how to make it work. And if it's not going to work, get rid of it.
Right.
So anyway, that's
and all of the volunteer fire departments need funds for this kind of training anyway. So.
The city will provide the training at no cost.
But there's no action to be taken at this time.
No, it's on everybody's radar now.
Okay. So we'll pass on that one. Moving over to the next untimed item would be item 1.26. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept the Office of the Governor's Grant Award for the Kerr County Sheriff's Office for body-worn cameras grant. Sheriff.
Yeah.
Scott?
I'll start off, then I'll let Gage sign this project. But basically, Judge and Commissioners, we're looking for your approval to accept this body-worn camera grant where we can start replacing our old old body cameras.
Is there any reason why we wouldn't want to do that?
No, I don't think so, no.
Can't think of what?
Yeah, no, I mean, I
It sounded kind of like a no-brainer to me.
I know no money's free.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the OOG grant awarded to the sheriff's office for, where is it here? Body worn cameras.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion?
Only, it's kind of a comment on this, and it's not really about, it's about this specifically, but others. We have an awful lot of grants, and they all require monitoring to stay in compliance. And we need to really look at that with all the grants that we're applying for, and how and the auditor used to, or maybe it still is, doing a lot of the compliance, but we really need to start figure out how to keep track of all.
Well,
Yeah.
She's saying no.
Yeah.
It's up to the grant administrator to ensure that they're complying with all the grant covenants. We audit.
Right.
And I talk to Noel and Jody almost daily on some aspect of these grants. And Noel's done a great job staying on top of them. And I get these notices from TDA, the OOG, whatever, you know, that we've got an issue on some grant, it's just a number. And I got to tell them, which one is this?
Right.
And then I find out that they've got it all kept current.
Well, it's important to also note that once the grant is written and the funds are accepted, I do not have access to it anymore. I no longer get correspondence unless you forward it to me. I'm the grant writer, but I do not have the option of being the grant manager. So that would be the project manager on there. I'm willing to assist in any way I can.
And who is the manager?
The project
manager.
Project manager.
So I'm listed as the project manager for this one.
Got it.
So I get through eGrants, I get all the emails to update anything, so any budget adjustments or anything like that, I'll go in and do all that type of stuff.
So in each department, somebody is designated a project manager, wherever that grant is going. Some of those are one-person departments.
Yeah.
So that would just fall to them. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, and some counties, like we've talked to Kimball County, their grant administrator does everything on it. So they're listed as the grant administrator for the county, and they monitor all those grants throughout the project period. So it's just county by county.
But I can tell you this much. The things that they didn't tell you before you take this job, they copy me on everything. I mean, everything. I mean, you have no idea the volume of it. And I go to Jody, and Jody goes to Noel, and we get it's all being done. That's why we had to get the grant administrator, because we couldn't do it all.
And that's really where I'm going, is that, you know, how important Noel's become as a grant, that we, you know, have a grant administrator. I started to think how we got a lot of the stuff done and stayed in compliance prior to Noel being here. But well, I think
prior, I can tell you what it was.
But I think it's something we really need to look at to keep a, you know, so I don't know if it's Noel or where it's done, but you know, we have this grant. Who's responsible for it? Just so there's.
Well, may I add one more thing to that? I think that with that, it's very important that each of the project managers and department heads or elected officials who are asking for the grant is aware of what is required in the grant and the terms before that application is ever submitted, and then any subsequent acceptance of the grant. That's a really important.
Yeah, it's kind of the whole. I think we need to put on a future agenda or workshop or whatever. This will be after the first of the year. Becky, you don't have to worry.
So are you suggesting kind of a master file so somebody can look at it at a glance?
Something like that, but it's something, and just what Heather says. I think that we apply for so many grants, and we're subject to so many grants. It worries me that, you know, that we need to stay in compliance, because you don't, you know, if you're out of compliance,
you got to pay
the ramifications are bad.
In one of the last meetings that we talked, Tanya and Noel and Jody and I suggested, we talked about a workshop with electeds or department heads and the commissioners for sure, and Noel could provide some training for submitting grant applications and then what comes with that. So it would be helpful to have a workshop style program for all of you and the department heads.
And additionally, in addition to that, the Office of the Governor also does provide free webinars and trainings, one of which is required every year. Pam, Peter, and I are signed up for it, and so is Scott. He's going to attend one as well. So they have workshops that we use to make sure that we do stay in compliance. But I would like to, at some point, to be brought up at a later date, as Heather stated, is to get together and do some sort of presentation to kind of policies and procedures for this new position to make it easier for department heads and officials to go into the process of looking for grant funding.
Okay.
Well, I just want to reiterate what Heather said. We don't want the people applying for grants to assume that Noelle is going to take on all the responsibility for reporting, because she doesn't have that information. It's coming from the department that applied for the grant. She can help write the grant, she can help do everything with e-grants to get it going, but once it's going, that department has to take over. Again, they can ask her for assistance, but she doesn't have the time to do all the reporting. Like Pam does the reporting for herself on her grants, and then Tanya does the financials, I think, on that one.
And I would
Tanya
always
doesn't
have
do
access.
The project updating, reporting, Pam does that. And so we need, as people come forward and get all these grants, they need to understand, it's not just, hey, you won the grant, take your money and run. Because Noelle cannot, she doesn't have the time to do all that reporting also, so.
So it's another thing for which we have no policy.
And I don't have super secret clearance for a lot of the stuff that is required, like indictments and things for some of the reporting. So in order to do some of that reporting required me to have access to sensitive materials that I don't currently have and possibly you wouldn't want me to have.
Okay, that's a good discussion on that, but I think we need to have a workshop.
I agree.
Early next year to figure out.
But let me just assure everybody here and the public that's listening, if they're still listening to us, I don't know. Where we were a year ago, 2 years ago, and where we are today is night and day. And bringing on a grant administrator was a godsend. And getting somebody that could supervise her, that stays on top of everything. I'm telling you, changing her job description changed my life. Really. I mean, and thank you. We haven't perfected it. We'll get there. So there's no action to take now?
So we do need to accept it.
Okay. Do we have a motion and a second on that?
126?
126? We never voted on it?
No, we didn't vote yet.
Okay. Then on accepting the grant for the body-worn cameras grant, those in favor raise your hand. Unanimous. Okay. Item 1.27 is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm a proclamation recognizing the Rotary District 5840 District Conference. They're having that here, and they've asked for a proclamation, so I'll make a motion that we do that.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the proclamation recognizing Rotary District 5840 District Conference. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.28, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the implementation of the burn ban. It's that time again.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.29, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve contracts with, I'm going to read off a list of folks here that we've got contracts pending. K-Star, Tierra Linda Volunteer Fire Department, Mountain Home Volunteer Fire Department, Castle Lake Volunteer Fire Department, Comfort Volunteer Fire Department, Hutt Volunteer Fire Department, and Ingram Volunteer Fire Department. And authorize me to sign all of them.
I move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Is there a reason Centerpoint's not on it?
They probably were last couple before.
Okay, I thought that, but I wanted to make sure.
They
Okay.
will be, or,
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We do these as they come in.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.30, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to surplus items for various departments. Ms. Shelton,
Yes, you have before.
we haven't heard from you all day.
How about that?
You've been hiding back in the corner over there?
I should start with good afternoon.
It is.
Well,
And so you have before you a couple of lists, or one list and then one item of departments that are requesting to surplus items.
I move for approval.
second.
We have a motion and a second to approve surplusing the items as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.31, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the filing of adult probation's statement of financial position for the year ending August 31, 22. Ms. Shelton.
Yes, the Financial Management Manual for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, the Community Justice Assistance Division, or CJAD,
funding requires that a statement of financial position be filed with Commissioners Court within 90 days after the end of the fiscal year. This is that statement. We're asking that you accept it.
Move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the adult probation statement of financial position as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.32, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the RICO order agreement and the RICO product schedule as presented, releasing 2 RICO IM6000 copier printers for a term of 60 months in the county clerk's office, and authorize the county judge to sign both documents. These items were submitted to the county attorney's office for review on November 1, 2020, respectfully.
Yes, county attorney made suggestions within a day or so thank you, Heather, for that. And Judge, those changes are on your contract, but I did not have a chance to get it in the backup for the rest of the commissioners. And I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, to the extent authorized by law, and then also to strike out the late fee charges. So I just request.
I see nods from the county attorney.
All right, I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the RICO order agreement and RICO product schedule for the 2 new RICO machines in the county clerk's office as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous.
I'd like to note that these contracts are saving the county roughly over $300 per month.
Excellent.
Good.
Thank you.
That went
More
for
good
that,
news.
that car we got over there.
Yeah.
Chipping away at it.
Thank you, Jackie.
You're almost caught up.
Yeah, that's care of the.
Okay, item 1.33. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the 2023 workers' compensation renewal with the Texas Association of Counties.
Yeah, this is our standard renewal. It came in last week, and my recollection is there's a pretty short time fuse on getting it approved and back to TAC.
I see a nod out there.
I believe that's to be in by the end of the month, or I don't know. I know there's a short timeline on spots on. Anyway, HR looked over it. I received it. They looked over it. Everything looks good. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the 2023 workers' compensation renewal with TAC.
With the bill enclosed, Tanya.
Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Okay, approval agenda 2.1, budget amendments.
Yes, you have 4 budget adjustments in front of you. And the first budget adjustment that you're looking at does include the lease that y'all approved earlier today. This is going to require money from the contingency fund. We're also looking to try to fund a project that was not completed last year for IT as part of this budget amendment.
I move for approval.
Sorry.
What's the large one, the $84,000? What is that?
That's what's left over for the IT project that was going on last year, that we're in the final phases of it, and so that's to complete it.
It's equipment?
Waiting on the equipment. Okay, we've got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 2.2, pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $830,196.17.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Sounds like from tired commissioners. To pay the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. It has been a morning, hasn't it? 2.3, late bills.
There are not any.
2.4, auditor reports.
There are not any.
Okay, 2.5, monthly reports.
Yes, sir. For quarter July 1, 2022 through September 30th, 2022. County Treasurer's Portfolio Summary, Tracy Saldan. For October 2022, County Clerk Jackie J.D. Dowdy. Payroll Report, County Treasurer Tracy Saldan. Animal Control Services, Director Reagan Gibbons. Constables, Precinct 1, Tommy Rodriguez. Precinct 2, Kyle Snyder. Precinct 3, Paul Gonzalez. Precinct 4, Brad Ryder. Justice of the Peace, Precinct 1, Missy French. Precinct 2, J.R. Hoyne. Precinct 3, Kathy Mitchell. Environmental Health, OSFF, Director Ashley Batter. Auditor's Monthly Report, Tanya Shelton. District Clerk, Dawn Lance. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Court orders, now we go to court orders. 2.6.
We have court orders from our October 24th meeting, 39614 through 39643. Make the motion to approve them.
Okay. Got a motion and a second to approve the court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Moving on to the information agenda, 3.1, status reports from department heads. 3.2, status reports from elected officials.
Quick introduction, this is Nick Krupa. He's our new investigator for the Kerr County Attorney's Office. This is an invitation. If you need anything, give him a call. If you want to give him a hard time as you pass him in the hall, please do so. He deserves it.
Have you ever been a bouncer?
A long time ago, sir.
Okay. You had the look.
Should see me 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And our
Well-
HR director's in here. You can't ask those kind of questions.
I could hide behind that guy.
Well, I think he's some distant relation to Eric Piper.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Any other elected officials? Okay, move on to 3.3, liaison commissioner reports.
Yes, I spoke with Michael Haynes with AgriLife, and we have 7 candidates he asked me to sit in November 28th through December 1. We're going to interview these 7 candidates.
Narrow it down.
For our extension agent, yeah. Yeah, and narrow it down for the bringing here, like we've done in the past. So, that sounds good. 7 candidates, that's great.
Just an update at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Most probably know that the sign kind of works sporadically out there with the lights on it and all that stuff. Anyway, I talked to Jake, and he is going to go out and get a idea and a request from the similar sign to what's up at Antler Stadium, and bring it to the court for us to approve, and it would be, we could use the funds that we have set aside that we're obligated to spend out at that facility for the cost. But it'll be some kind of a LED, similar to what's the, I think the Blue Club put it up originally in Antler Stadium. So
We don't, what's he gonna do again?
he's going out to get a proposal for a sign like that.
Oh, I missed that.
There'll be a policy meeting with the Bud Holdsworth Library Committee.
Good, good.
Is he working with the city for the sign ordinance compliance?
Maybe.
Probably.
Never dull in the county. Okay, I think that concludes the main part of our agenda for executive session. We will adjourn into executive session to discuss consultation with our attorney, 4.1, 4.2 are personnel matters. 4.2A is a status report from the Human Resources Department and a discussion related to contract for the interim Human Resources Director. And then also for item 4.3, which is discussion regarding contract negotiations. 4.3A is to consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding consulting contract with Jill Shackelford for the aggregate production operation services.
And before you go into executive session, that's my written opinion for 4.3A.
For contract, and we have to take a vote.
Yes, sir.
Whether to discuss this contract negotiations with Jill Shackelford.
The vote should be that negotiations in open court would interfere with Kerr County's position or negotiations with a third party.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Those in favor, raise your hand.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. Thank you. It stays here. Okay, so with that, we're going to adjourn into executive session and ask whoever goes out which doors to slide the.
Can I ask a question? Can we
5.1, action as may be required on matters discussed in executive session. And
Item, what is the second item? What was the one?
here. And it's 4.3A.
On 4.3A, I'll make a motion that we authorize payment of, to Jill Shackelford of $2,810 for services already rendered, and then a 6-month extension for another $2,710.
I think it'd be the same amount, wouldn't it? 2 meetings, 2 live meetings, 2 travels.
Yeah.
Is this what
Yeah.
this 2810 was?
2810.
It'll be
Okay.
2810 for both, for what we've already paid, and 2810 for the next 6 months.
Next 6 months, second.
We've got a motion and a second to continue our consulting contract with Jill Shackelford for 6 months, and we're going to compensate her $28.10 for the past 6 months and be $28.10 for the coming 6 months.
For people who don't know what she does, it's consult.
She keeps the peace in East Kerr County.
Yeah, for the aggregate homeowners and the aggregate producers.
She's our aggregate consultant.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. There being no other business before the court, we are adjourned and we're excused.